spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto will today visit Nyandarua and Murang'a counties on his third day tour of the Mount Kenya region. This event comes as yesterday while in Meru, Ruto affirmed Mount Kenya residents that no one will destroy their relationship that had been partially affected since former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagwa's ouster.
Urafiki nimetengeneza na watu wa mulima. Ni urafiki ambayo tumetengeneza kwa miaka karibu 20. Hakuna mtu atakuja kuvunja urafiki ambaye mimi nimetengeneza na watu wa mulima. Na siwezi kukubali mtu yeyote kuja kati yetu na ile kazi tumefanya kwa pamoja. Tutasimama ngangari na mimi nitahakikisha kwamba maslahi yenu, maslahi ya Wakenya wote, tumeunganisha Kenya na Kenya isonge mbele.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has announced a review of the NPR reserve police officers in areas affected by cattle rustling. Murkomen said the review will include the dismissal of several officers and the recruitment of others, claiming that there has been a tendency for some of them to collaborate with poachers to carry out livestock theft. Speaking during a session of the National Assembly, Murkomen said new NPR officers will be appointed to areas affected by the problem, especially in Tiati, Elgeyo Marakwet and Loruk.
We have a problem, Mr. Speaker, with our NPR there. Their mode of operation is wanting. The people who have been recruited are wanting. Mr. Speaker, we are going to do a massive review. We will perhaps remove all of the NPR officers who are there so that we can have room to hire better NPR officers who can work together with the police officers to get rid of those problems.
Murkomen was also asked to provide a time frame for the completion of the process of returning illegal firearms owned by residents, as well as to explain further strategies to address the problem that has been worrying residents of those areas for some time.
What is the government doing, Mr. Speaker? Because even the military who are there, they are not helping us. We have thousands of GSU officers. We have thousands of police officers who are there. They are not helping. We are not seeing. We are just seeing a very little difference.
We are in the process of procuring drones, Mr. Speaker, that will be used for surveillance. We have realized that, Mr. Speaker, where drones have been used, especially in Laikipia, there has been great success. And we are going also to make sure that they will have night vision so that we can do proper surveillance. We have realized, Mr. Speaker, a new phenomenon this year, where the bandits are now attacking people at night. In the past, they would come during the day.
In addition, the issue of the killing of a chief in the area by poachers was raised, with Murkomen defending himself that investigations are ongoing to ascertain the truth about the death of the administrative officer.
That chief was killed by security agencies, NPR, from a neighboring community. And that might cause a spillover or a ripple effect in terms of retaliation and so on and so forth. Because you know that enclave, Honorable Speaker, is very insecure and sensitive. And I'm sure the minister knows that. I want the minister to be able to clarify whether he arrested people, so that even the people in Chemolingot, as we speak now, who are watching, can be able to listen to the minister addressing the most current issues.
There is an investigation that is ongoing to establish. That investigation, DCI officers from Nairobi were sent to the ground. I have requested, as I went there, the IG to make sure that these investigations are expedited.
The government has assured Kenyans who travel abroad for work of their safety. Speaking to journalists in Kilifi, Labour CEC Shadrach Mwedeme has indicated that cases of people being tortured and killed in foreign countries have increased significantly after the government took action. And Mwedeme explained that the situation is due to the Department of Labour signing agreements between itself and various countries, while the government is continuing negotiations with the government of Saudi Arabia to achieve a similar agreement and eliminate the situation.
Kesi hizo kama mnavyojua zimepungua sana. Hata saa nyingine hazisikiki kabisa. Na ni kwa sababu tumeweka mkataba pamoja na nchi hizi. Saudi Arabia tayari tumewapatia a draft bilateral labor agreement that is human rights based, ambayo inaangalia maswali na maswala ya wafanyakazi wetu wakiwa huko nje, na tutaweka sahihi mkataba huo karibuni sana.
And just a small correction there, it's the Labour PS, that is Shadrach Mwadime. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Thursday. We'll take a look at what's happening on the roads today as you get into it, in and about, and not much clicking off, at least not at this point. We'll see traffic starting to build on the Thika Superhighway as you come into the city. But just around Survey, before that, we're also starting to see the pileup coming in from Githurai. But nothing at a standstill just yet. It's also flowing freely on Kangunda Road. Even for now, that's the first in the morning. Coming out of Westlands also, a little bit of movement here and there. And we're going to keep an eye on all of this as we get into Thursday proper. And we'll keep things moving with your help. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend. And while at it, the I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, wait, talk. Say it again.
Good morning.
Ah, wonderful. I just had to make sure that, everything is in order. Mm-hmm.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Mambo vipi?
Mambo shwari.
Lala salama kabisa.
Meamka salama?
Meamka salama kabisa.
Has it been laced today?
Has what?
Your drink.
With what?
Coffee.
Has my coffee been laced with coffee?
Yes.
I would hope so. Something is kicking in and
it's strong enough.
Hey, yeah, today the coffee is strong enough, kabisa.
Nice.
Hey, One City Muga.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Very well. Where did this greeting hi emanate from?
I don't know. I think it's actually lazy language.
Okay, meaning?
I mean,
it doesn't go to the gym.
Exactly. It's a quick hello. Actually, to find out about it because it's American.
Yeah.
It's the Americans came up with it first.
Americans came up with it.
This hi.
Uh-huh.
The origins of hi. You know, now when something has gotten into my head, I have to find it immediately.
It's a good
Otherwise,
thing,
yeah. Origin of.
Why ask though, City? Why ask?
Because what does it mean?
We keep saying things and we don't understand the origin. We don't know what they mean, and we've assumed it, and we've ensured that it's part of our daily life. Something as simple as a greeting.
Okay, so I was wrong. Actually, no, I was right. The greeting hi evolved from the Middle English hey, hi, H-Y, or hey, H-E-Y, originally used as an exclamation to call attention, hey, and gained popularity as a greeting in the mid-19th century, particularly in North America. Sounds correct. See? Early usage, hi and hey. You also hear Americans say, hey, share roots in Middle English. Hi, hey, H-Y or H-E-Y. Its evolution as a greeting over time, these exclamations evolved into more neutral shouts for attention and eventually into formal greeting variants. The use of hi as a greeting gained traction in North America, particularly in the 19th century. While hello also has a history as a greeting, its origins are somewhat different with roots in German and a connection to the telephone. So like when you picked up the phone, you like say hello, who's there, kind of thing. Hi is generally considered a more informal and casual greeting compared to hello.
So it's what I understand is hey, where?
Yeah, so like maybe a little bit different, but then it was like, a call for attention, like, hey, I'm over here.
Yeah.
And then again, like I said, lazy language, and then it became hi. We also know the Americans to be more casual than the British.
And the Brits, yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So, City, are you happy?
I was happy even when I asked the question.
Actually, okay, so let me rephrase. Are you happy with that explanation in terms of the origin of the word hi?
No, I'm satisfied, but I'm not necessarily happy.
Happy about it?
Yeah, the explanations that make you happy, this isn't one of them. It's just an explanation.
Okay. So otherwise, we're equal sour like in.
I am well.
Very good.
It's cold though.
It's a tad chilly, but I mean, it's all right.
Tad chilly. It is cold.
Is it? Okay.
You have a thermostat.
Wow.
Somewhere in your system. So you just regulate these things.
Wow.
Me, I actually feel cold.
You actually do?
Yes.
So you must really suffer then in Kenya when it's like June, July.
My limbs complain. And they complain by aching.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I enjoy the cold. I really enjoy cold weather. I think I would do really well in like Limuru, Timboroa, those areas. Yeah, I would.
It's interesting as you observe the aging process. I loved the cold. I used to thrive in the cold.
Until.
Well, that's the passage of time is what changed all that.
Yeah.
Yes, and then also my inactivity because I became less fit. But I'm trying to revive all that.
And become fit again. Yeah, I know you do your exercise every day.
Fitter.
Yes. Right. So, it is Thursday, and we'll be having a couple of conversations. No. I should greet everybody properly. Hello, everybody. We'll say hello to you individually in just a minute. My mother used to say it's only goats that just stands up in the morning and goes where they are going. Only goats. And I am not a what?
A goat. You could be a goat, though. Great of all time. So
I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I see you.
That
coffee is great, man. Okay. So we'll have a couple of conversations this morning. Let me tell you what those will be. And then we'll say hello to you. Sawa. So it is Thursday, and so we will have a Justice Thursday conversation this morning. And we're going to be doing that with two persons. The Honourable Evelyn Olwande is a Chief Magistrate at the Milimani Family Court and a Commissioner at the JSC. Judicial Service Commission, as well as Honourable Festus Terer, who is a Senior Resident Magistrate. We're going to be looking at enhancing justice, enhancing access to justice through the family court. There are many issues. I want to tell you guys now. You have questions around family court because we're dealing with all kinds of things. We're dealing with custody of children. We're dealing with divorces. We're dealing with separations. We're dealing with annulments. We're dealing with all kinds of things and how folks can actually gain access to justice through the court. There are very many questions that people often don't know how to navigate. So there's an opportunity for us to do that. So click into that, shall we? That happens at 7 a.m. 8 a.m. we will have a discussion with you. We'll tell you the details around that as we progress through our conversations. And finally, at 9, the Dr. Julius Otundo is the Dean School of Education at Riara University, well versed in issues around curriculum, and we'll be looking at CBC as to whether Kenya is ready for the transition of grade 9 to senior school. That happens this year. Right? And grade 9 essentially being the final year in lower secondary. Then you get into upper secondary, which is 10, 11 and 12. There are many things around that. The selection of courses, going then into actual high schools and leaving the place where folks were previously domiciled in primary schools. So that all happens, and Dr. Tundo will join us for that conversation at 9 in terms of what to expect and what does it look like and are we actually ready. So those are conversations that we'll be having with you this morning. And even as we do, how about we say hello to you? Since you're looking at me in a pensive manner.
You can only listen pensively. But actually you can look. Yes, you can.
You can have a pensive look.
Yes, no, that was a 1,000-mile stare. I told you about it earlier.
Yeah.
Yes. It's when your mind is elsewhere. And it's actually fixed that elsewhere.
But Sisi will really happen.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
It's just that my mind keeps traversing the universe.
Wow.
Yeah, looking for proverbs. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. What you telling me? What you Cindy?
Yes, please.
Okay, Sawa. Hey, good morning, says Dr. Van Vick. We can see you. Let me just start in the middle because who says you have to start at the top all the time? And then we go to Don Saba, who says one-term president. Ati, one term. CT, now you know the genesis of a one-term president? Sawa Basi.
Genesis
of a one-term president?
Not particularly.
No, not really, but okay. Good morning, Don Sabwa. Robert Mboko is also tuned in this morning and he's tuning from Mombasa. Ngesha Town is where Abero Bethwell is tuned in from this morning and says, good morning, Team Spice. Nimewa pata. Pia tumekupata. Kabisa. Good morning, Team Spice. Also, blessings for the new day, folks, says George Odori. Good morning to you. Linus Kitonga is tuned in this morning. Good morning, Spice family. The land of 10,000 lakes here. A good day it is. Which one is the land of 10,000 lakes? A number of true lies being spewed from Murima are nauseating. I want to know where the land of 10,000 lakes is. Tell us. Blessings for the new day, folks, says George. We see you. Good morning from Colchester. Rahmatullah Omar, good morning to you. Good morning, kings and queens. Kitengela is locked. We see you, Ricardo. Joe Mungai is tuned in from Washington and says, does our president have to ferry the whole government to Mount Kenya? Well, apparently. Attica says GSU. What are those? Erica War says, good morning, guys. Dekines says, hi. Good morning, Team Spice. Remember to have a kitchen garden and eat a balanced diet, including an apple a day. Yes, in fact, I have an apple in my bag.
So, land of 10,000 lakes is associated with Minnesota in the United States. So, yeah.
Oh, it's in the lake region, like Michigan, Minnesota, that area. Right? Okay, I guess that's where you are. Good morning. Well, we'll see about that Apple thing and we'll see what the CS Aiden Dwale has in store. Hisa Daniel says, good morning from Attack in Uganda. Jose Mahinda is tuning in this morning and says, CT Dennis Ndu, excuse me, Nyanduko and Ednah. I see what you guys are doing. Stephen Langat says, good morning. Moira is also tuning in this morning. It says, good morning, Wakenya. Good morning, Spice. It's sad to see Police IG Douglas Kanja addressing a political rally when tourists were being mugged down at the coast, says my prince. That mugging story of tourists on the ship, I cried because I was like, how? What is this? It happened and these folks were just being robbed in broad daylight. Nothing was done. And they said, you know what? Hapa atukujitena.
There actually is a problem. it's not well, it's being highlighted, but these incidences of young people waylaying people, they're not killing anybody, but robbing them, extorting. It is not alarming yet, but it is increasing.
It is getting there.
Yes, it is increasing. It's like they have decided. Right? Now, the problem with such an attack is the impact it has.
Look at the impact.
We worked very hard as a country to get these cruise ships to come to the country.
Then they come.
It is very easy for them not to come.
But they've said, like the group of people and those in the area, they said, we're not coming. And now you can imagine the ripple effect that it has, because they will go back to the land of origin and they'll say, you guys there, don't go. Because this is what happened to us.
Then again, ships, just like planes, communicate with each other. So,
Exactly. Don't go there.
Don't go there.
It's very sad, but hey. Hello, Princess Ndusi. Yeah?
They'll just go next door. Dar es Salaam.
Dar es Salaam. And you've decided you want to go and see the gorillas in Uganda.
Yeah.
Hello, Princess Ndusi and Aseto. When are we buying milk at 53 a litre? I know it was said that that's what's being bought. Others have come to say it's not happening just yet. Good morning, my fellow Kenyans, says Gypsy. Good morning from Kikambala, says Lillian. Good morning to you. Good morning from Doha, Princess Ndu, Dennis and CT. We send our condolences to the ODM family following the demise of the long-serving bodyguards of Prime Minister Right Honourable Raila Odinga. I know that was quite a shocker, the death of one Mr. Odur yesterday.
Odiwar,
yeah.
Anne Gore is tuned in this morning and says it's raining in Nairobi. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring. Charles Ndeka says good morning. We see you tuned in from Boston. Good morning, family. Tuned in, Dennis Dianga. Dr. Venvik is also tuned in this morning and says he's tuned in from Tudor. Gypsy said Ndu is fired up. I'm telling you, like a machine gun. Pa, pa. Waringa says good morning, this CT Dennis and my Super Spice FM fam. Greece is on the airwaves. Kenya ni yetu, always keeping it spice. Good morning from Embakasi, says Vinny. I change my hi. Okay, Ndu, mine is good day. Okay, you don't want hi, you want good day? Nisawa. Even the British will say good day. Good day, Mr. Muga. Good day.
Good morning.
You have to say it like as though your tongue does not touch your teeth. Pan-African says good morning from a rainy Nairobi indeed. Good morning, Her Royal Highness Queen Ndu from Namlolwe. Good morning. Mos Najatelo Ario CT Gi Aseto. How did I do?
Good morning. You did good.
Did very well.
Yes.
I
have no idea what I said, but okay. Mos.
Say hi to the two.
Bas.
Yes.
Mos Ahinya. Hey, Kedu Carson says good morning from the West, Washington State. Okay, Salamu kutoka Tampa Bay. That's where Otkin is. Eunice Okello is tuning from and says good morning, Team Spice. Watching you from Kiwi. Love SpiceFM. Asante Sana. Good morning from Uganda, says Musinguzi. Good morning, team. A lot of companies around the globe are crying because of Trump, and I'm seeing new middlemen coming up. Middlemen, Tibbs, what are you talking about? Good Osiepna T. Desmond. CT is looking very trendy. It's gotta be the shirt, CT. That's an awesome shirt you have on, by the way.
Thank you. You know, how does it feel to have such good taste?
I myself, from where I'm sitting. Hey, Chukuname. Where? Good morning, Team Spice. Tuning from Thika. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Every new day is an opportunity to grow. Indeed, it is. Wow. Titus Kimeli, good morning. Hesbon Sidon is also here. Dennis Dianga says good morning. Steamy Kilifi greets you this fine morning, says Atieno. Good morning, sister. Good morning, Team Situation Room, says Ben. Good morning. Billy Sibur is tuned in from Kisumu. Does the DP have to involve security heads in rallies? I wonder. Carol Nyambura says good morning, everybody. Carol, Leo Hatu, you don't love us? If you don't love us, Carol, we're not doing again. You must tell us that you love us. Christina A says, do you guys have hope in 2027? Allah, we even have hope in today, Christina. Soldier Boy says, good morning. My cousin told me when I walk on the beach, I need to have stones in my hand. So you never know when the beach boys will come attacking. My goodness. Hilary Mosota says, good morning. Pan-African is also here. And Maina Ndegwet is tuned in from Turkana. Good morning, amazing people, says Dennis. And Job Masika is tuned in from Reykjavik. I can never say that name. The capital of Iceland.
Reykjavik.
That one. Good morning, everybody. Always great to have you in the room. Yes?
There are individuals who asked me to say hello. I forgot.
Where?
I have some friends in Nakuru. Okay? Mm-hmm. Yes. One is called Saitoti. The other one is Gabriel. The other one is Onyango. And the other one is Brayo. Yes.
tumesalimiwa kabisa.
Yes. Kabisa. Nimewatumia salamu nyingi na nimesema hey.
Bas hey. Hey. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sasa, before we hear what the proverb is, sisi tunataka kujua bei ya petroli, mafuta ya gari, fuel is how much? Jana tuliambiwa ni 161 bob. Unakumbuka?
So we just check up right now.
How much is fuel in the pump? El Presidente jana alisema.
Why is it suddenly a problem?
El Presidente jana amesema fuel ni 161 bob. Ama inakuja 161. Sijui kama ni kesho.
You know I stopped bothering about the price of fuel.
On the side of the road.
Remember I told you a while back. Remember when this it kept going up. I told you this one. I'm waiting for it to get to 200.
It was almost there.
Yeah, then I'll have. But for now, to keep up with, is it?
Lakini tuliambiwa jana na petroli ni 161 shillings.
It's all right.
It's not. Is it in the pump? 161 bob. Sidhani, but.
So what is it? What's the cost of? You talk about super.
Ata.
I'm a DSL.
No, DSL. But you at least look. What is the cost of fuel?
I'll let you know.
I know in Nigeria fuel is 80 shillings. It shouldn't be, but hey, it's the equivalent of 80 shillings.
So,
but tuliambiwa.
So you guys have crude oil?
Sindio inside there. Well, it should not be 80 bob. It should at the very most be like 40.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say 20.
Even around there is not bad. After all, we produce the stuff.
You do, don't you?
Exactly.
We actually started refining it.
Yeah, we started refining it now as of last year. Yeah. Finally.
Refining it, price going down. Is there any relationship?
We're hoping.
Do you know what we used to do, City? We used to produce the fuel, send it out of the country to be refined, and then it's sold back to us in a refined state.
And you are happy?
Kaim, after we ate everything that came out of the refinery plus the refineries. But anyway, the cost of fuel in Kenya, according to the president yesterday, is 161 shillings. Am I lying?
What I'm seeing here, kidogo.
In Maua, fuel is not 161.
What are you seeing, Dennis?
In Mombasa, what I'm saying is 173.34.
Exactly.
And you see, if in Mombasa it's 173, that means in Nairobi it's expensive due to transportation and whatnot.
Fuel is still 176, 177, 178. Bwana.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Oh, it can come down today. Ednah, they said fuel today can be 161. Just be happy.
Wait for today and see what happens today.
It's possible today.
Then tomorrow we can speak.
Today. Wacha tuone vile itakuwa leo.
Said today.
Today it will come to 161.
Yes, see, the day has just begun.
Today is the 3rd of April. It's not 14th.
I'm not Bobby.
and it's not the 1st of April either.
It's not the 1st of April. It's not the 14th.
But guys, have a little patience.
You gotta have faith. Aya, bas.
Right.
Tell us today's proverb, CT.
Yes.
From
Comoros. The archipelago.
Yes.
You know what is interesting about this? The islands that form this archipelago, there's Grand Moroni, there's Mohali, and there's Anjouan. By the way, these are names that were given to them. Grand Moroni, the original name was Njazidja.
Bas.
Okay?
Yeah.
Mohali, it was Mwali. Okay? Anjouan was Nzani. But not too far away, there's another French territory. It's nearby. The Comorans claim it, but it's a French territory. It's governed by the French.
Réunion.
Mayotte.
Oh, Mayotte.
Yes.
Mayotte.
I know.
Okay, so.
Yes, I thought I would just mention that to you. Right. And Mohali is actually sizable. And it even has a capital. It is something that when you look at the map, you can find it.
You can find
the dot. It's called Fomboni. Get to know the countries. The proverb today. The thread follows the path of the needle.
Yeah.
The thread does what?
It follows the path of the needle.
Doesn't it just?
It does. It
has followed.
But I know something will come to me. I know in my mind, I already know what I want to say, but the transference from there to here, I'll give it time. By like 8 o'clock like this, we'll be seeing something different. Cindy?
Yes.
Okay. I want us to look at traffic weather real quick at B, and then we come back and look at the headlines. Amma, we just look at the headlines real quick. 1 minute. Okay, let's look at the headlines and we come back and look at traffic and weather. Sawa. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, who'll blink first is the question. Former CS Justin Muturi has taken on President William Ruto, accusing him of refusing to address abductions in cabinet and instead kicking him out for demanding answers. Muturi, who remained unbowed, placed the kidnappings at Ruto's doorstep, saying he will not be silenced. He claimed Ruto lied after the president said Muturi sacked himself when he absconded cabinet meetings. According to Muturi, to date, the president has never responded to any of my letters, clearly thereby indicating that the matter of abductions and extrajudicial killings is not worthy of his attention or that of cabinet. And he said, since my reasons for not attending cabinet are clearly stated, the inference one draws from my sacking is that raising the issue of abductions and extrajudicial killings must have terribly annoyed the president. Where? Mano el mano is where we are. Also, in headlines, court lifts the lid on complex web of city land cartels. Investigators have uncovered a network involving Ministry of Lands officials, police and land brokers who have conspired to alter and steal land documents. This story I must tell you later. Looming battle over IEBC jobs. Kalonzo Musyoka is threatening to go to court should the appointments be done, but ODM is having none of that. Remember what we talked about yesterday? Suddenly everybody is involved in the process. Clinic director surgeon charged with botched surgery death. Ruto woos Mount Kenya with goodies as he seeks support. We'll look into more details of these stories as we come back. Dennis?
Yeah, and Daily Nation, the story that carried the day here is I'm king of the mountain. Now, this is President William Ruto says he does not need any political brokers to ascend the slippery but vote-rich Mount Kenya region, brushing off the acrimonious falling out with his former deputy, Rigathi Gachagua. We also have a story on fury over TAC employment letter dished out politicians. Muranga MP Betty Njeri Maina's revelation, that MPs allied to the government who are secretly handed Teacher Service Commission employment letters to give to their constituents has kicked up a storm over irregular hiring. And guess who's in Kenya? Trump's in-law towards Kenya, Great Lakes, with eyes on the Congo minerals. Seems like the Congo saga continues. And witness, I lied to fix Monda on Arati orders. And finally, MPs extend IEBC selection panels term by 2 weeks. Members of Parliament say they granted the request for extension that is meant to give the panel adequate time to complete the interviews for the commissioners. This is a request that was actually given to the House by Junet Mohammed. Yes, seeking for 14 extra days.
Extra days.
Yes.
Indeed. City, over to you, sir.
Right. Business Daily. You know how it is on occasion we have opined that the problem with impunity, it's like a seed that has been planted and eventually it will sprout.
Yep.
So it started with the Uhuru Kenyatta government where they determined that it was in their interest or it was prudent for them to defy court orders. Is that not so? And we saw it replicated and we saw it. Right. Now, I will get to that story and I will tie it up for you. But meanwhile, let me just look at other matters that are arising in this country. Manufacturers save 688 million in power bills by off-peak production. Okay? Now, there's some 2,452 industrial firms capitalize on discounted tariffs to produce goods at off-peak times. Okay? Meaning, if you produce good at a time when the demand for power is less, you will be given discount. Yes, so you pay less. So that's the total sum that these 2,500 plus have
saved.
Yes. Oil firms to lose stocks in 2.1 billion KPC debt. Kenya Pipeline plans to dispose of stocks of 11 oil marketing companies in a bid to recover debt of 2.15 billion. All right. Centum cut stake in Sidian after 1.9 billion rights issue. Centum investment stake in Sidian Bank has reduced to 29% in the wake of share sales and a 1.9 billion cash call by the small lender. Right. Treasury nets 71 billion from April bond sale. That is straightforward. Why Treasury retracted comments on China debt restructuring? As the story goes, somebody said something about Kenya negotiating with China about debt restructuring. And then something did not go quite the way it went. And right. Bang in the middle of the paper. Remember the impunity I was talking about? Well, it looks like it has come home and it's biting. Who is it biting? Central Bank of Kenya.
Is it?
Yes. 14 banks defy order to reduce costs of loans. That's what the headline reads. Right. Regulators filling the show 5 had slashed rates by February. 19 reduced the rates by a narrow margin. So they've figured we will decide. Yeah, we heard what you said, but we will decide. And yet, one of the functions of the central bank, they regulate banks. Okay?
That's their job.
Right. Only 5 of Kenya's 38 banks have cut lending rates to match the reduction of the benchmark rate set by Kenya Central Bank of Kenya at the end of February amid threats of daily fines. Yani by the end of February, that's what had happened. Sawa. Let's look at the Star, shall we? News. Top left right-hand corner. Ruto lays ground to reclaim Mount Kenya. Okay. Then there is a comment on page 17 by someone called Emmanuel Wandera. Invest more in baseload power to meet demand. Okay. That's what he thinks. Good. There's a gentleman called David Mailu. David Mailu, he claims, it is said, according to this, that he is feeling misunderstood. What the title says is, father of erotic tale feels misunderstood. He feels he's being misunderstood.
By who?
See, that's now how we will tell you the story in full later. Bang in the middle of the paper. Only 11 counties comply with 35% wage bill ceiling. 16 exceed 50%. Nothing for projects as pay gobbles up billions. Right. Then there's also a picture. Remember there was a story of a lady who died while undergoing some procedures. Yes. So it's manslaughter, body by design owners remanded. There's a picture of a lady by the name of Lillian Ednah Wanjiro, George Okaria Njoroge, and Robert Maweu Mutula. They were before a Kibera court for plea taking on manslaughter charges yesterday. Okay? The person who died is called Lucy Wamboi.
Yeah.
That is a star for you.
Asante sana. We'll come back and look into the details of these stories. They are making the headlines and there's interesting stuff already going on. We'll come back and look after we've taken a look into the skies. And one on the road is 22-7.
This is the Situation Room. The only way. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy and rainy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 16. It's cloudy and rainy as well into Nakuru with highs of 26 and highs of 26. Also in a partly sunny area at 14. It's 11 and cloudy and a bit drizzly in Eldoret. Highs of 26. While Mombasa will be sunny through Thursday. It's currently 27 degrees. It's 27 and sunny into Malindi. While at 21 it is cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 30. Kakamega at 17 is cloudy with highs of 30, while Kampala at 21 is cloudy going to highs of 28. Dar es Salaam at 24 is sunny going to highs of 29. Johannesburg is cloudy at 16 and looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 27. It's 10 degrees and there's a haze over Addis skies and looking into a cloudy Lagos at 26 and a mostly clear Kinshasa at 24.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFMKE.
All right, so we're starting to see traffic build up on the Thika Superhighway, and we're coming in from Survey through towards the Pangani Underpass. So that's doing the thing. Inbound traffic from Githurai is also starting to pile up right around this Clayworks area, and probably then again build up as you go out towards Kasarani and then through towards Garden City. That's doing the thing there. The Southern Bypass looks good for now. There is traffic that's starting to build up on Ngong Road, but as you're coming in from Ombaso Road from Mlolongo out towards Syokimau, we're looking okay. The Eastern Bypass is also starting to pile up. We'll see some traffic as you get towards North Airport Road. We'll keep you informed of what's going on. You also let us know what's happening where you are. We'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 20 minutes to 7 o'clock, looking at details of some of these stories. I want to go to this land story. We already know that people are wondering who's going to blink first between, President William Ruto and now former CS Justin Muturi. Okay, fine. Let's see. Should people tell their truth? They absolutely must. Now, on page 8 and 9 of the Standard, we're looking this story of lands. Now, the DCI has begun a probe on officials and backstreet dealers in a web of land fraudsters. Shocking details have emerged, exposing a powerful network of land fraud syndicate operating within the corridors of Ministry of Lands, particularly at its Nairobi headquarters, Ardhi House. Are you surprised? But now that the investigations are going on, okay. For years, land cartels have been manipulating official land titles, facilitating massive land fraud, and defrauding Kenyans of their rightful land. Investigators have now uncovered a complex scheme involving Ministry of Lands employees, police officers, and a web of land brokers who have conspired to alter and steal land documents. Now, as an application by the Director of Criminal Investigations, Mohammed Amin, at the Milimani Law Court yesterday reveals how titles are manipulated by well-connected fraudsters. The DCI revealed this following the arrest of 7 suspects, including 2 Ministry of Lands employees, a police officer, and land brokers. He sought permission to continue holding them as his officers investigated a sophisticated land document alteration and theft operation. The suspects were accused of orchestrating a widespread land fraud scheme, manipulating land titles, and creating fake documents to sell land that didn't belong to them. So, if you've been through this process recently or in history, it is very, very possible that the documents that you hold are either one, not authentic, or number 2, you may have purchased a piece of land that today, in actuality, does not belong to you. Yes. Because of this thing, because they're saying it has been happening for years. It's likely that you could be holding a piece of documentation for a piece of property that does not belong to you, and the people who sold or didn't sell are now in the wind, cannot be found.
Land transactions in this country, there are several documents that are needed. So there's the carry, PIN, and all those documentations, right? So at what point does that process become illegal? Because someone can argue in court, I follow the due process.
No, but if the document that you find, if you come to find that the document that you now hold, it's not you they're holding, but the document that you now hold is inauthentic. Sure, in as much as it's not your fault, but true, that property belongs to somebody else. It will be handed over.
Transactions happened in government offices, though.
Exactly. Now that's why DCI has found these folks to say, hey, now they'll start tracing back to actually what did you touch? Who is it possible that CT's land is actually not CT's? We will start looking into it and we'll find the details. And those who have been involved in the process will be brought to book. So they tell us.
You see,
and they eventually want to shut down this whole fraud scheme at Ardhi House. Ardhi House will be sanitized. We will drain the swamp. There will be no more fraudsters at Ardhi House. You will go, you will do a search, you will find your land. If you don't have a title deed, you will be titled. From now,
this entire conversation on digitizing the document started, I think, with Charity Guild when she was the CS, the Minister for Lands. Can't remember how far that back is. The conversation still continues today, but now even when you talk about the cartels in the ministry, I mean, it's just talk. We're not seeing any movement. Fine, DCI, it's the same conversation that happened back then when Charity Ngilu was the minister.
People.
So,
but they've arrested people, surely, because they've arrested people. So now that means everything is fine. Abi, City?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, they've arrested people. They'll go to court. They're being held. That we are fixing this nation.
We're fixing it.
You know, that there are people in this country who want to do the right thing is a fact. That there are many is also a fact. That there is a large number of citizens who prefer to be passive is also another fact. And that we have allowed and we have internalized and we have entrenched a culture where at best we are a passive-aggressive people. We know what we ought to do, we know what is wrong, but we very rarely speak out against it. And when someone does, it seems odd.
Like, what's wrong with this person? Why are you so upset?
Yes. When someone questions, especially authority, then one does what is wrong with you. Authority is not to be questioned. And this is not a reference to political leaders. No. It cascades down to workplaces where anybody in a position of leadership believes, this is not the power of influence, that their word is final. Even when they are dead wrong, it is still final.
It's final.
So one could argue perhaps they don't understand the meaning of being finally wrong.
Anyway, I guess time will tell.
Touche.
I know. I guess time will tell. So we're here to see the changes that will happen in the ministry.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But don't for a minute think that the only folks who are involved in this thing is just, your worker bees in the ministry. You don't hear say, 2 land officials from the ministry. Nah, this thing, if you ask me, it runs high up in the hierarchy.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if we are very serious about sorting out issues, we will know. But this one...
We need to drain the swamp.
Hey, Jamini.
Yeah, so I think I want to talk about Trump's in-law in Kenya and
Shemeji.
DR. Yeah, Shemeji. So Shemeji, Mossad Bulos, the new senior advisor of the for Africa at the United States Department, will be in Kenya and the Great Lakes region this week, accompanied by Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Corina Sanders, the department said. Now, the Bulos is the father of Mr. Michael Bulos, who is married to President Donald Trump's daughter. Now, why is Bulos here? Bulos is here because apparently President Trump's interest in the DR Congo is attributed to the country's minerals, with most critical metals for energy and technology. Last month, the State Department said it was ready to explore critical minerals partnerships with Kinshasa after Congolese senator contacted American officials to pitch a minerals for security agreement. However, the initiative was not sanctioned by the Congolese government or presidency, according to 2 officials. My issue with this story, I don't have a problem with them being here, but you are in Congo because of the minerals. Without the minerals, you would not be in Congo. Which brings the question, is Congo a darling because of its minerals, even when the people in Congo are dying?
Of course.
Dennis.
Yes.
Since when are the people of any country are concerned to people who have a commercial interest? That's the least of their
concern.
Which brings the question, as the West will come to Congo and exploit the minerals and whatnot, begs the question in terms of what about the people of Congo? Do they not matter at any point?
As callous as it sounds, they don't.
Yes.
That's just it. They don't matter. They don't. And
Why,
those are the realizations we must come
why
to.
should they?
Why should they? It's a business transaction.
And
this is for you to be able to increase what you have.
And it is not the business of the foreign entities to look after their people. It is the business of the leadership of that country to look after their own people. The decisions that are made with these business entities are made by the leadership. The outcomes that we see and which we now speak of are brought about by those agreements. If those agreements are skewed to favor those who are in power at that particular point in time, to the detriment of the lives of the citizenry, the foreigners are not to blame.
It's not.
No. they are looking after their interest. Who should look after the interest of the citizens?
And if you were to open your eyes a little bit, you would realize that this little trading that you do when you're selling the birthrights of your people in the name of resources, because remember, these people who come to these countries don't come unassisted. There's somebody who's opening the door. I keep talking about the slave trade. The slave trade happened and people were removed from here, but there was local representation that allowed this to happen. They knew where people were being taken and they knew where they were being held until they crossed the sea. There was something that happened on the ground to allow it to happen. Do you think that people are walking into DR Congo just as they like? No, it's facilitation that's happening. Now, until and unless you take care of your people, then we'll continue to see this thing. You don't take care of your people. That's what I'm telling you. There's a phenomenon when Ronald Reagan was president, and it is now coined, and it's called Reaganomics. That was the time when capitalism really flourished in the US, and they said, by all means necessary, whether people and their populations are a means to an end, what we want to do is ensure that there's money in our banks, there's money in our pockets, there is money everywhere. And they were going to do what they needed to do to ensure that capitalism was the one ideology that they followed, that they practiced, that they almost worshipped. The idea of Reaganomics is not dead. It's just under a different guise. Now, it is up to you to care for your people, but you think they care about the people of Congo? You think they care that people are living in abject poverty? You think they care that infrastructure in the country is nowhere? Meanwhile, they've been, bleeding the country dry. You think they care? They don't.
Which again brings the conversation in terms of our leadership in this continent and the leadership in Congo in terms of taking care of its people. Because you go to these multinational companies and you remember the story of the tea in Kenya and what happened? Do you know why they closed down? Simply because the West said we cannot consume these tea because the people at the ground are being oppressed, and therefore, even as we consume the rights of the people have to be observed. If you look at the Congo story, it seems as though that particular statement, that particular policy that the West follow, is overlooked simply because of what they get to gain.
Do you know how serious this thing is?
Yes.
That there is nothing. It's just that today, the intent is couched in some kind of mediocre diplomacy, that it is couched in, some of these unilateral, bilateral organizations and conversations that people have. But it is the same idea. It is the same idea, and that is why they killed people like Patrice Lumumba. Because he was essentially standing in the way of them come to get these things. They will kill you. They will kill you to get what they want. They killed Gaddafi. They will kill you. And these are the things that we're talking about. This is the reality. But are you taking care of your people? Is not their job.
Yes.
It's all about leadership. It's leadership.
Look at let's not extend this to foreigners. Why don't we look inside and look at the devolved system?
Yes.
Where you come from, in this part of the country, the leadership belongs to your people. Your people, relatives, they're your people. Now tell me what we see. Do these leaders by and large actually care about their people? The answer is no.
No. They care about themselves.
You find people becoming disproportionately rich, wealthy, and flaunting it, and yet there is no business that you can point to and say this person
does this and we can see.
No, but this is the one country where being a politician is a business and it's a way to enriching yourself. So the moment you do that, the resources that you divert to yourself are the same resources that were meant to bring about change in the lives of your people.
Absolutely. So now if you don't care for your people, is it an outside man who will come and care for your people? You yourself, why should they care?
Why should they? And if you look at some of the places we have in this country that you find abject poverty. You will trace it back to the sort of leadership they've had all along. Because if someone says, this area, you will find a similar area in this country where their circumstances are different. Again, leadership.
Do you think you can walk into the United States of America today and say you're going to California, you want to go and extract gold?
Can you even get to the US?
Will they even give you visa? What are we talking about?
So, is the African leadership ready to take care of its people?
No.
Let me just drop it there.
No.
What will it take for us to say that our leadership that is taking care of us?
What is the name of that bomb that in the Hiroshima? Nagasaki? That is
atomic.
What is needed. Yes. Blow the thing up and get people to realize, we're at the door here. That is what is going to need to happen. We've not reached, look, let me tell you something. We've not reached the wall. You know, say push to the wall and then you have to we've not. We are very, CT says it all the time. This is mediocre nonsense. We're very happy with it. If we were not, there would have been a drama. There are examples today. Look at what is happening in Burkina Faso. And I know it has become now the poster child for examples, but we have to look at it.
And look at what's happening.
And look at what he's doing. And
in
look
that
at what's
short
happening
time.
in the short time. And just when you people thought that he had done very good, he now came again and said, you know what? All elderly people in the country will no longer pay electricity bills. They will not pay for electricity. We will give them electricity for free. In this Africa. Under one man. As you can see with
a very short
time. You can see with your crow eye like this. You can see it happening. And then you want to tell me, we don't have enough money, we don't have resources. Rubbish.
And this is the same country where, remember when we're looking at Islamic Republic of Mauritania?
Mauritania, yes.
I told you they have slaves. Literally, slaves. Yes, people who are denied it. All these things we consider basic rights, they are denied completely. You go suck a lemon if you want. But, and this is something that is hereditary. Your father was a slave. It follows in the 21st century. So when you talk about slavery, you are spot on. We practiced slavery.
Yeah.
What the white man did, he turned it into a business.
He just came and said, these guys are doing this anyway. How can I use it to my advantage? It's the same idea today. These guys are plundering their people.
Yeah.
They're already doing it.
Why don't we
just join them? And they already have somebody on the ground who is making sure that they can take these resources from their people. And that's what we need as well. We'll make it sound nice and we'll dress it up in a suit and a briefcase, but it's the same concept. So how about we use the man that they already have on the ground who's already doing this thing and now keep perpetuating this thing and take the thing and go? Difference.
To understand the effect, look at the developed nations that had colonies and look at the wealth that they've had and look at the progress they've made with their lives.
Yes.
The colonies contributed significantly to it. Imagine if those resources were utilized by forward-looking leaders on this continent, just how far we would be.
And that's the point. Forward-looking leaders in Africa, Kalas, zero. We could talk about Burkina Faso.
They exist. They exist. It's just that many people who are able to do the things that are needed will not go into politics. They'll apply their resources and their interests and their abilities elsewhere. But they will not go into elective politics.
They'll not get into elective politics because of how much it is?
The truth of the matter is this. If you look at just the record of people who aspire to be politicians.
Their record, yeah.
You tell me the sort of people who aspire and the ethos that we now have, it is believed you must have a lot of money to go into politics. Tell me somebody who diverts from that and says, I'm going to present myself as I am without the money. We have cases of people who have been elected and had nothing. We have cases. They are few, but we do have them. It means if you can touch the hearts and the minds of people and they can believe you are the person who will help them, they will actually vote for you. Yes. But if you cannot, pay them. And why do they want to be paid? Because, again, the political leaders have a track record of never doing the things they say they're going to do. And I'm talking about political leaders across board. So,
you see this thing, they talk about draining the swamp?
Yeah.
It's akin to that bomb I was talking about. When you blow the thing up and say, let us start from zero. That's why there are places that are called ground zero.
Yeah.
We start from ground zero and we start building the thing again. Because like this. That's why you have things like clean slate. That's why you have things like starting from the bottom.
Yeah.
The basement doesn't have a ground floor.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to need to happen. Until and unless we're ready to deal with it. You see these things we're talking about? We'll be talking about them for a very long time. Until we are ready. We are not ready. The people in Burkina Faso were ready.
Yeah.
The people said, you know what, this is enough. We cannot continue like this. You people, French people, oh yeah, come and take your money, go.
Yeah.
You leave us alone. We will start from the beginning, and that's how. And before long, you're already seeing the results. That's what you need. Until you're ready to do it, we can continue talking. Until the cows come home, we'll be talking. Blue in the face. That's what's going to happen.
It's the only country in Africa that is actually producing its own vehicles, the Sahel vehicles, electric vehicles, by the way. Plant everything in Burkina Faso.
Yes, they have partners, no doubt.
Yeah.
But it's just like Malaysia and the Proton.
Exactly. Yes. That's where they are now.
And you know something? We were not far from there ourselves.
We had Uhuru.
We can talk for days. And this is a part of a conversation that we'll then have at 8 o'clock. Good morning. It's now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lao Muga. The Orange Democratic Movement has rejected claims of alleged interference in the ongoing reconstitution of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna rejected these claims, asserting that the process is being carried out in full accordance with the National Dialogue Committee report, which was chaired by Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka. His statement has been echoed by Keses MP Julius Ruto, who says the allegation threatened to derail the efforts made towards the appointment. According to Ruto, the protest is a violation of democracy and shows hypocrisy among them. The government has assured Kenyans who travel abroad for work of their safety. Speaking in Kilifi, Labour PS Shadrach Modime said cases of people being tortured and killed in foreign countries have decreased significantly after the government took action. Modime added that they signed labour agreements between itself and various countries, including Saudi Arabia, to eliminate the situation of Kenyans being tortured.
Kesi hizo kama mnavyojua zimepungua sana, hata saa nyingine hazisikiki kabisa, na ni kwa sababu tumeweka mkataba pamoja na nchi hizi. Saudi Arabia tayari tumewapatia a draft bilateral labor agreement that is human rights based, ambayo inaangalia maswali na maswala ya wafanyakazi wetu wakiwa huko nje, na tutaweka sahihi mkataba huo karibuni sana.
Meanwhile, Modime has urged traveling Kenyans to visit the Kenyan embassy and inform it about the work they're going to do.
Wakati mtoto yoyote, kijana yoyote anapoenda nchi za ng'ambo kufanya kazi, kile ambacho tunawaambia cha kwanza wanahitaji kufanya ni kwenda kwa ofisi za ubalozi wetu. Aidha, kukiwa hakuna labor attachee, kuna wale maafisa wetu wa ubalozi waweze kujua kazi unayoenda kufanya kwa nchi hiyo iko wapi, na pia tujue employer ni nani, na pia tuwapatie namba za maafisa wetu wa ubalozi huko.
It should be noted that there have been cases of Kenyans being tortured and even killed in some Arab countries by their employers. The tenure of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission selection panel has been extended by a further 14 days. This follows after a leader of minority in the National Assembly, Janet Mohammed, sought to extend the timelines of the panel by 14 days given the number set to be interviewed. The panel, chaired by Nelson Makanda, has so far conducted interviews for the shortlisted applicants for the IBC chairperson, with interviews for the commissioners currently ongoing. And finally, ODM leader Raila Odinga has termed the demise of his bodyguard George Odwor as shocking and sad. Raila said that George had been part of Jaramogi's and his family since the late 80s and had stood by him through his rise and fall. He described him as a vigilant, calm, confident and extremely professional aide. George, who had been unwell, died last evening while receiving treatment at a Nairobi hospital. Other leaders who sent their condolences to his family are Siaya Governor James Orengo, Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir, Energy CS Opiyo Andai, among others, who've described him as a man of great integrity, quiet strength and unwavering commitment to the values that bound them together as a people. For the hard-hitting, bold and stimulating discussions, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic this morning, and we seem to see this still building on the Thika Superhighway today. A little bit of movement, and it's still happening. The Eastern Bypass starting to clog up as you come in from that Roy Junction, heading out towards North Airport Road. There is traffic, a little bit of it on Outer Ring, in and outbound. It's busier on the Thika Superhighway, coming in from Clay City out towards the Pangani underpass. It looks like it's going to continue for some time. Ngong Road looks good right about now. There is some traffic in bits and bobs as you head then towards the Nairobi Funeral Home and then out towards Community. Waiyaki Way free and clear at the moment, and we'll see a little bit of traffic that's coming off Magadi Road and heading out towards Langata Road. Keeping an eye on all of this morning, trying to keep things moving. Let's talk and do just that. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 6 minutes after 7 o'clock into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and getting into a Thursday conversation, and it is a Justice Thursday conversation. We'll be looking at increasing access to justice through the family court, and joined by two guests today. But before we get into that, I'll let you know who they are. ALX, a pathway towards global education if you're looking for it. How?
Yes, and the young people, young Kenyan graduates who just graduated from high school are being invited to apply to ALX pathways, where their dream of studying at these global universities will become a reality. Now, ALX says that they'll give them sponsored scholarships, and in order to ensure that the pathway becomes a reality. Here, they will gain globally recognized skills, now be able to access an extensive network of global universities and receive expert mentorship and career guidance. Now, we're talking about sponsored placements and scholarships as well, so you can get in free of charge as well as be assisted to get there. ALX says for you to get here, you go to bit.ly/ALX pathway SFM. That is bit.ly/ALX pathway SFM.
And that's the way to go, CT. So then when I spend, I earn. This is a phenomenon. In my Mwalimu math, it was not going to happen. How does it happen now?
Well, this is how it happens, really. It's not that complicated. Mm-hmm. When you spend, it means there's something you are buying. Even if you're paying a debt, you're buying peace of mind. You're always buying something. What I&M is saying that, look, we have come up with something we are calling the World Credit MasterCard. Mm-hmm. And this MasterCard doesn't just offer you the services of a credit or a debit card. Mm-hmm. It goes further. Every time you spend money, you swipe it, you also earn points. It's like a portion of what you spend comes back to you. Mm-hmm. If you accumulate it to a certain degree, you'll be able to do the same things you're doing with a card. You'll be able to buy stuff, pay for stuff. That is what you'll be able to do. And they're saying this: if you happen to be the individual who is the 20th to register, mm-hmm. then you stand a chance of winning 50,000 shillings. Now, the 50,000 shillings comes in points, mm-hmm. and the points are called Milele points. So, 1 Milele point is equal to 1 shilling. So 50,000 Milele points is equal to?
50,000 shillings.
So that is points you can do what again with?
Shop and win and fly.
Yes, you can actually spend. Now, how do you get this? Well, you have to go to the I&M on the Go platform. That is where you get to register.
Good stuff. A place where you go, you register, and then you start to earn and
get the card, start using the card, start earning the Milele points.
Fantastic.
Yes.
All right. That is justice, if you ask me. It's a Justice Thursday conversation that we're getting into this morning, and both of our guests are in the studio. We're talking this morning with the Honourable Evelyn Olwande, who is a Chief Magistrate at the Milimani Family Court, as well as a Commissioner at the Judicial Service Commission. And we're also speaking with Honourable Festus Terer, who is a Senior Resident Magistrate. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana, and welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room, Justice Thursday conversations, whereby we still unpack a lot of the issues. And it's good that we're having a conversation in family court today, essentially, because a lot of questions, a lot of issues coming out of these courts, but then just to understand a little bit more about how you break those things down. Before we get into it, as is our tradition, CT has a proverb from a different African country every week. He'll tell you where we are this week, and then, as you often do, we would ask you to then interpret what this particular proverb means. Is that all right? Okay.
We'll try.
All right.
We'll try.
This country has a population of 888,000 people. It's an archipelago. It's an extensive collection of islands. And it is in the Indian Ocean. Now, in Kenya, we have something similar. In the county of Lamu, Lamu is actually an archipelago. If you take Manda, go to Siu, go to Pate, go to Shela.
Kipungani.
Exactly. That's Lamu. Now, the beauty is that it's within our county, within the county of Lamu, it's within the country. Comoros is just those series of islands that form this particular union that you call the Comoros. It was once a French colony. There's an island not far from it called Mayotte. The Comorans claim it, but the French believe it is still their territory. The capital of this particular country is called Moroni. Moroni, by the way, I keep repeating, it is not Muhoroni, where I come from. It is Moroni, okay? Lest somebody thinks CT has decided that he's going to talk about
his place.
No, it's called Moroni. The proverb, the thread follows the path of the needle.
We can start with you, Honourable Olwande.
The thread follows the path of the needle.
Yes.
I think what I would say is that essentially it means something would follow whatever leads that thing, or a person would follow the leader. If your path is already laid, then you automatically follow that path.
Okay. Now it's your turn to adjudicate.
I would interpret it this way that
yes.
And I would look at it in a family context, that a child will always follow the directions of a parent. That's how I look at it.
Do the needle and thread have any relationship? If I'm to follow from what you just said.
Obviously they have.
They do.
Yeah.
Because one cannot function without
the other.
Okay.
And the needle will often lead the thread. That the thread takes the thread will take the direction that the needle gives.
Exactly.
Yeah. People will take the direction that their leader gives.
Exactly.
Okay. You both
Right.
Oh, thank you.
I love the way she said, "Oh, thank you." She was on tenterhooks. Are we in the right direction?
No. The thing about your own interpretation, it is your own.
Mm-hmm.
It's how you resonate with the proverb, and so you can't be wrong.
True.
Yes.
Indeed. Thank you both for being here this morning. As we do with our Justice Thursdays conversations, what we try to do is then open up about certain things which would appear amorphous or vague, or not in common understanding with a lot of people in terms of what happens. We're looking into the family courts today, of course, and increasing access to justice. And in family court today, we want to start off with understanding what happens in family court, who comes to family court, who then would bring the issues, and what kind of issues are addressed in family court before we start to get into the nitty-gritty. And we can start with both of you on that. We'll start with you, Honourable Olwande.
Thank you. The family court essentially is a court where family disputes are resolved, and the family court has jurisdiction to handle cases that deal with succession of properties, that is inheritance of properties of persons who are deceased, be they testate or intestate. The family court also deals with situations where marital relations have broken down and now parties require or desire dissolution of the marital union. The family court also deals with cases involving domestic violence, so protection against domestic violence. And the family court also deals with matrimonial property. So often after dissolution of marriage, then now we come to the issue of how the property that was jointly acquired is supposed to be distributed between the parties to that marriage. So essentially those are the matters that the family court deals with, the court that we are in. And we do not deal with matters concerning children, maintenance, custody of children, because there's a specialized court.
The children's court for that.
The children's court that deals with that. Yes, thank you.
But then we do have offshoots that matters could have begun in the family court and then would then be referred to the children's court?
True, more often than not. And then maybe just I add one other item is that we also deal with issues with burial disputes. If we lose our lovely one, our dear ones, and families don't agree on where the bodies would be interred, then they knock our doors. Yes, and then more often than not, family disputes originate from family, but for us we only deal with the ones which we've set out. But invariably, most of these disputes touch both the adults in the family and also children. But for purposes of good order, the judiciary has made it sure that issues to do with children are dealt with separately in the children's court.
All right. As we look at then increasing or enhancing access to justice, particularly in this court, what had previously been confusing that people didn't understand they could actually bring to court? A lot of matters, we sit at home with them and we, duke it out. But how did we start to see that people now come to court and these matters are actually then taken care of? What would you say then was that thing that broke it, where people say, actually, you know what, instead of us sitting here, we can actually bring it to court and then there are folks who can actually help?
Okay, traditionally, what we have been doing is that matters concerning families have been dealt with together with other cases, the other general cases that usually come to court. There has not been, especially in the magistrates' court, a court that specifically deals with family disputes. So what I would say has changed is the creation of a specific court that deals with issues concerning family, so that their issues are given primary and sharp focus. And in answering that question also, we would look at what are the impediments to access to justice, what has been making it difficult. One of the impediments is the high cost of litigation. So a lot of the court fees in the family court has been subsidized, so that it makes it easier for litigants to be able to access the services of the court. The other deterrent factor is the delays. It takes very long to dissolve cases in our courts, on average about 2 years or so, and one would be discouraged If you imagine that you have a dispute here that will take so long to resolve, you may even decide to look for other means of resolving your dispute.
Yes, yeah.
But now, because we have a specialized court dealing with family matters, then those cases are now expedited. So we are dealing with that issue of delay. And then, still on the subject of delay, we've also introduced which has been introduced for the judiciary as a whole, but is also effective in the family court, the concept of mahakama popote. So that we are able to distribute cases evenly or equitably across the republic. Traditionally, what we have been doing is that if a case is filed in Mombasa, the magistrate in Mombasa will deal with it, regardless of how many there are. So you may find the magistrate in Mombasa is overwhelmed with maybe 1,000 cases or 2,000 cases, while there's another magistrate in a town like, let me use the town where I come from, Madiang Law Courts in Siaya, Lydiah district. They don't have much work. So by 11, the magistrate sitting there is done. So we through automation, we've made it possible for the magistrate in Madian to help with the workload in Mombasa, for example.
Okay.
That has improved and ventilate your case. You can log in into a courtroom, even from your living room, and be able to access justice. The other challenge, of course, has been the lack of awareness. Most people may not even be aware that the issues they are facing are issues that can be resolved in court. And so what we have been doing is to try to sensitize members of the public or the litigants that would be on the services that the court offers. And that brings me to what we have now organized, which we're calling the Family Open Day, that is supposed to be held tomorrow at Milimani Commercial. So during that session, we are going to have an engagement with the public, basically to sensitize them what we deal with, what to expect when they come to court, what is required of them when they come to court. So that way we are hoping to enhance access to justice. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so when we talk about, Mheshimiwa, you had spoken to matters to do with issues to do with burial issues that would come up, and one would also look at it in terms of these are just issues that you can just finish as a family. So is ADR as well one of the solutions that one would approach with the help of the court?
Thank you so much. ADR is one of the instruments we really advocate and has really helped the court to really ease case backlog. Now, in the family court, we are one of those courts where we really utilize the services of ADR. And by ADR, in this context, is that we are talking about court annex mediation.
Yes.
So more often than not, when disputes knock on our doors, especially burial disputes, we really encourage parties and really encourage parties to resolve the disputes through mediation. And in our case, we have court annex mediation, which is within the context of the court, and more often than not, cases are resolved.
Would you say that more Kenyans are getting onto ADR as an alternative? Because then again, there is the issue of backlog cases and the time taken. So in terms of Kenyans approaching ADR as a faster mechanism to handle disputes, would you say Kenyans are embracing it more?
Now, I can still pick it up. In court annex mediation, and this is where now we are really doing a lot of awareness, is that this is a system where the judiciary has put in place to resolve cases through ADR within its parameters. So that what we do is that we have a list of mediators within our system where people can choose. How do we refer cases to mediation? Cases are filed, we screen them. We screen cases, send to mediation. I could be having a case which is coming in my course list. I see this one is sweet to be sent to mediation. We refer it. Now there is the concept which we are now really advocating at the moment. It is the concept of private mediation. What does it mean? It means that even before a case knocks in the doors of justice, that is judiciary, parties can still appoint a mediator within their auspices, have that mediator resolve a dispute, come up with a settlement, and then knock the doors of justice, knock the doors of our courts by over registering that settlement And the moment it's registered, it becomes an order of the court, enforceable.
What do we see that continue to pose as challenges towards the cases that people bring to the family court? And I want to now start to focus on some of the things that grab public attention or that even grab public involvement. And a lot of that is one of the things that you mentioned, and Honorable Olwande, in the case of dissolution of marriage, divorce, separation, and things like that. What would you see as some of the challenges, before I tell you what some people are saying are some of the challenges that they see?
The challenges that to access to justice?
When it comes to these issues of the dissolution of marriage, divorce, and getting to that point whereby, folks say, it is enough, we cannot go beyond this, we need to actually get a dissolution. And do they actually bring these cases to court? And by the time that they do, I know one of the things that you mentioned is the time that it takes for some of these things then to be processed. But what are some of the things that you see would be challenges to these processes, apart from the time that it takes?
Okay, the challenges that people face that make them eventually decide to come to court to seek dissolution are varied. There are many. The law recognizes several grounds for dissolution of marriage. We have the ground of cruelty. One spouse has been cruel to the other, or has been cruel to the other. Or we also have the ground of adultery. One spouse has committed adultery against the other. We also have the ground of desertion, where one spouse simply just walks out of the marriage and the matrimonial home and stays away for a minimum of about 3 years. We also have the irretrievable breakdown of marriage, where the parties simply cannot continue to live within the union of marriage. The reasons may be many. And some of the challenges, maybe I can say, that parties experience, as I've already mentioned, there's the high cost.
Yes.
Then there is also the time taken, and then there's also the element of stigma. I imagine some people feel that a failed marriage means the person has failed. Yeah. And we conduct our proceedings with the confidentiality that is required of the situation, so that you do not have to expose a lot to the public what exactly is happening in a particular case or a particular situation the party finds themselves in. And I think also the law has really grown to some extent, so that unlike in the past where the process was so, let me say, grueling in terms of what you needed to bring out before the court can be persuaded to allow you to dissolve or persuaded to dissolve your marriage, we have that ground of irretrievable breakdown where we can look at many other factors. It doesn't, and you don't really have to go out of your way to paint the other as a demon for you to be able to get dissolution of marriage. Yeah. So at least that way, whatever relationship is left that you need to maintain even subsequent to the dissolution of the marriage is somehow still preserved, because there are still other parties. Sometimes you have other parties to this marriage that you cannot let me say disconnect from, for example, the children.
Yes.
So I know there's that stigma that bothers other people. Of course, there's the high cost, and then which we have tried to address. There's also the issue of delays, which now at least the family court has come to address. Maybe I should say here now, at the risk of being accused of blowing our own trumpet, is we've introduced systems in that court to make sure that things move like clockwork, so that if all things remain constant and you file your case in January, like I'm aware right now we are already hearing cases that were filed in January. So by around April or May, you should be able to have your divorce, compared to the turnover time for most cases in the Republic. That is, I think, quite efficient and fast enough.
Okay. And is it taking this time because there are other cases, or are there things that are happening in the back end whereby information is being gathered, investigations are taking place to contribute to the court process? Or is it because there are other cases and that's why it takes so long? Because I would reckon that if two people come and they say, you know what, we're done with this thing, can we have it, dissolved just the way we came to court. You got the license to get married in the first place. I would imagine that you come and say, look, I've said it, I've also agreed, can we go ahead? So what would be the thing that would delay it? It would, from the naked eye, it would appear that, okay, if two people have come, it would take a day. Look, we don't want, we're not doing again. Can we? Yes. Do you? Yes.
Now, from where I see it, I'm not looking at divorce cases in the context in which we are tackling it now, because from where I see it as a family court, number one is that the number of those cases knocking at our doors are really numerous.
Really?
So that the question we should be asking ourselves is, what is really the trigger? What is happening in a society so that we have, like as we speak now, we normally do our series in terms of when we begin the year, we start with case number 1. As we speak, I think we are almost reaching 600 cases for divorce filed this year in the family court.
In 3 months?
Exactly. So the question should be, what is really the problem? And if you allow me, and based on the experience we've had, is that there are many things which have happened in the country as society evolve. And as we and as it were, when we pass the new constitution, I think we put it in ourselves that we really need to recognize family in the constitution, and that's where Article 45 of the constitution comes in, where it says the family is the natural and fundamental unit of a society, and it's the basis of societal order, and that the government need to recognize it. So that now, the question is, what is really happening in the country so that we are having these numerous cases of divorce? From where I sit, I look at it this way. Number one is that when these people are coming together, whether through the church or through the customary or through any other mode, do we really induct them so well on what to expect in a marriage? Is it that we're just going to the marriage because of love? Because what we've seen is that 1 or 2 years down the line after getting married, the reality dawns.
That this is not your relative.
For a man, for the wife, kids come here. The reality dawns. It's no longer love. It's about responsibility. So that do we really even for marriages conducted to the church, do we really take these people through proper counseling so that they expect, so that they anticipate what is coming, what is ahead of them, especially in the context of social media?
You put it very well. I was going to ask the question, and now you've gone and answered it. Let's ask the question: do we find many cases going for ADR?
For dissolution of marriage?
Yes.
I can say minimum, and I can even put it in the maybe around 20%.
All right. The issues around family disputes, disagreements, misunderstandings, do we see many cases going for ADR?
The answer should be yes.
But it isn't.
It isn't, because, and I'll answer it this way, most of the cases we receive is that we are dealing with cases where people have been separated for the last 3-4 years, and then the problem is not even about separation. By the time they come to us, more of them than not, a lady or a man has moved on. What she wants is this document from the court so that they can validate the other union. So that now those are the bottlenecks. So that when you try to tell them, why don't you try to go and sit down, they will tell you, what do you mean?
That ship has sailed.
My man is here. I'm supposed to formalize this wedding before the AG in the next 2-3 weeks. And you're telling me to go and discuss with my ex. How? It can't work. Those are the challenges we are facing.
You know, you hey.
Okay. Let's take a break. Let us take a break, because I think it is necessary for us to come back. Because I'm already hearing that when we talk about access to justice, it's as though we've seen it before, as the courts have said, we will deal with what has come to us, let's deal with it and go. But what I hear us saying now is that we also want to take on a preventative nature to some of these things, so that the court process is dealing with those things for which you don't have a choice completely, but to deal with from an adjudication point of view. So I'm hearing that the court is also taking on these issues as matters of health, whereby we'd rather prevent than cure. And so let's dig a little bit deeper into that when we come back from the break. The Honourables Olwande and Terera are here with us this morning, and we're looking at increasing or enhancing access to justice in the family courts this morning on our Justice Thursday conversation. It's 26 minutes to 8. We'll be back right after this to continue with this conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 17. It's 13 and cloudy in Nakuru and 14 and cloudy in Nyeri. Eldoret is partly sunny with some rain expected at 13, and it's 27 and cloudy into Mombasa, while at 27 in Malindi. 21 and sunny in Kisumu, and we will see sunny conditions through Thursday at 17 currently in Kakamega. 21 and rain showers now in Kampala, and it's mostly cloudy in Dar es Salaam with a chance of rain this morning at 25. It is cloudy at 16 in Johannesburg, while at 30 it is sunny in Mogadishu, and sunny conditions at 13 in Addis Ababa. 26 and cloudy into Lagos, and partly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our Justice Thursday conversation continues this morning, and we are looking at creating access or enhancing access to justice through the family courts. And just before we went to the break, CT, you have a question. It seems to be heavy on your mind. Go ahead.
You see, there seems to be a twinning of issues here in the sense that you have the court that deals with matters pertaining to children, the children's court. And then there are issues around custody of children, which means the children exist and the parents are not in agreement. And then there's the issue of now parting ways. In how many counties do we have a family court?
We have the family court in the High Court. We have a family division in Mombasa and Nairobi. So we have a section of the High Court dealing with purely family cases. In the magistracy, we have not. This is the first family court. In the other courts, you will find the family cases are dealt with along with all other cases. So Nairobi is the first family court to be created in the magistracy purely dealing with family cases.
The reason why I ask is because by the time somebody comes to court, because they can, there was a problem that required sorting out and it wasn't. The processes of mediation, as we call it, maybe it's not even ADR, but the process of people coming and trying to resolve the issue. I want to make a statement. With the generational changes, the tolerance that was seen in an earlier time with regards to marriage and the communal support that individuals in marriages were given simply because of the societal norms has evaporated.
True.
So when people have a problem, it's like they have nowhere else to turn but court. And yet some of these things can be resolved without necessarily going to court. I want you to examine my statement and tell me what you think.
I think it is true. Really, the tolerance levels, especially in the younger generation, has waned quite a lot. People are no longer tolerant of each other. The things that families or couples would accommodate traditionally are no longer there. And yes, to some extent, you'll say there's a breakdown in even the social fabric that would provide support for young families to nurture them. But for the courts also, it is not as you had earlier mentioned when you're saying, we agree, we want to do this, let's go and just get a divorce.
Yeah.
Much as I said earlier that it is not like you have to paint the other as a demon,
Yes.
but you have to persuade the court that really this marriage cannot work, needs to be dissolved. We have to get there before. It's not a thing you get as a matter of course. And we still have provisions in the law that encourage what my colleague has been talking about, ADR. So the court still has that room to try and persuade parties to go and explore possibility of reconciliation, especially where it has become apparent that that has not been tried. But in most cases, as my colleague has mentioned, by the time they are coming to court, they are done and dusted. They just seek the formal pronouncement from the court, because the law also provides that you are not divorced until a decree of the court has pronounced you as divorced.
But the question comes in that when you were coming together, that there was not much attention in terms of, well, nobody's asking you why you're coming together. Do you really, really love each other? Are you ready for the future? I mean, sure, there were things like counseling. If you got married in a religious setting, there were, we know that amongst the religions, they will ask you, like in church, they will ask you, they will announce it 3 times or however many times that they need to. In our Islamic culture as well, they will ask you if this is actually something that you want to do. You will go before elders. Across religions, that's done. But more or less, folks are going to believe that you people have decided that you want to come together. There's not much scrutiny in terms of you coming together. It seems that it's a lot more difficult to get out of the thing than there is to get into it.
That is true. That is true. And because, in fact, from the preamble of our constitution, we make that commitment to protect families. Yes, you freely come together, and someone would imagine we should also freely be allowed to just walk away if we choose to. But the implications of walking away as compared to the implications of you two coming together, the implications of walking away may affect very many other things. And if our society is to grow and to remain stable, really, the protection of the family is necessary. I appreciate there's been that debate about whether we should actually allow divorce by consent, so that you just walk to court and file a document and say we've agreed to parted ways and you go separately. But I also appreciate the arguments against that kind of proposal, because then if we made marriage so easy to walk into and walk out, then the scenario that our brother here had painted, City had painted, then what becomes of it? What becomes of society?
The question that also comes to mind as we're looking into this is, if we look at the cases that come to the courts and they're increasing in number, is there need for the judiciary to partner with psychosocial counseling entities? Because I believe when a court issues an order, the next step is for you to obey it, isn't it?
That is true.
Yes, so cases that clearly require a different approach, can mediation not be suggested? Even as you say, look, go and think about it, specific, and say you need to go and see such and such a person. They will give us a report, and based on that report, we'll proceed with the case. Is it something that is possible?
Maybe I can answer that question. It's something that it's not even something that is possible, but it's something that we do. Remember when we started this conversation, we talked about court annex mediation, and that under the rules, the court has powers, even without seeking the consensus of the parties, to refer the matter to mediation, whether you like it or not. So that we say, as a recourse of first instance, court mediation, a mediator will be appointed. Try to resolve this issue. If it doesn't work out, then come back to us. But the most important thing is that, as you say, it has reached a time now when all of us as stakeholders, we need to have these conversations and try to find ways of fixing the family. We can't fix the family as a court. That one I can assure you, because you see, for the court, my court is cut. It's clear. I just apply the rules. You want to divorce?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. But you see, are we doing justice to the family? We are not. So that's why we're having these conversations. Even tomorrow, we're having the open day, so that we open gates for all of us. Stakeholders address these issues.
That's interesting, because I think even as we have this conversation, then it's clear. And again, I think to make the ties that historically the judicial service, the courts would appear to be just what you said. Okay, this is the fact that I'm dealing with. You've brought the facts as two different parties. You bring it here, we deal, we move. You want to dissolve, we dissolve. But to see that, I think there's a transition happening here where we're saying, you know what, then are we doing justice to the different parties that are involved? And we are actually then involved in the process of making sure that you can do the best or you can do better than what you have. And I think that's the transition that we see when we talk about access to justice, that is actually taking place. Then becomes it seems as though we become more caring as a society, and it's not the bench looking down at the rest of us and saying, well, I have the facts and this is how I'm going to rule. That there's an element of protection essentially that is coming through today.
True. And then and what we have done, especially as the courts all over the country, is that we have one of the organs under the organs of the court, which we call it Court Users Committee.
Yeah.
Now, for our family court, we have really made it deliberate that in this committee, because we draw parties from different stakeholders, we've made sure that we have stakeholders, and especially the judge, representation from the judge, so that as we discuss these things and give them feedback on what's happening, it's cascaded back down to the church, the grassroots. So those are also the things we are pushing in our court.
You know why I brought in the discussion of psychosocial counseling? The mediation is excellent and it's needful. Psychosocial counseling goes into the issues that are not being spoken of, but are clearly the trigger. The mediator may be able to do well in understanding how to get both parties to come to a consensus. But the psychological training or the ability takes you further, much, much further, because it gets to dig into the person, the issues that they have, a whole load of things that one cannot in one sitting if you're trying to figure out the problems, because the problems are a manifestation of something else. I ask this because sometimes what the judiciary has done with the committee that they have formed is a sign that they know you need a well-rounded approach to these issues. But there's always room for more. In that committee of yours, do you have psychosocial counselors? Do you have psychologists?
That is maybe an area we need to think about. The composition of the court users committees is not necessarily fixed. And just to answer your question, here and now, we do not have representation from the practitioners in counseling and psychology. But yeah, I agree with you. It is an area we can explore and see maybe, if we can bring them on.
And maybe to chip in on that is that, as you propose, is that before I joined the family court, I joined last year in September. I sat in the children's court for over 5 years, Milimani Children's Court, and that the proposals you are making is that they are really valid, because in the year 2022, the Children's Act was amended, and that most stakeholders were brought into the space of children deliberately by way of our law, so that when you're handling a child custody case, for instance, there are many players. You have the court, you have the children officer, and then now you have the counselors. So that as I am sitting here and I'm handling a children's custody case, I can easily make a reference that before I even handle this issue, please go and see the counselor there. Please go and see the children officer there. Now, for family court, I think now it's a proposal for reform that we need to consider going forward.
Right.
Yeah. And I think also maybe to chime in on that, because just to emphasize the importance of including the psychosocial counselors.
Yes.
We also deal with matters to do with protection against domestic violence. And in some of those orders that we are required or we have discretion to give to protect members in a domestic setup is counseling. So I agree with you entirely that we ought to consider bringing them on board too.
Yes. I'm going to add one more before I let Aseto ask the question.
Yes, please do.
The psychosocial counselors are also needed for the officers of the court. You cannot sit and listen to these traumatic things day in, day out without it affecting you. It will affect you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with City now. we talk about access to justice, and accessing judiciary for a very long time has been seen as though it is a room for the judge, the orderlies, the security officer, and it has made Kenyans stay away from the courts for pretty much. But here we're talking about a court that is seemingly changing and is friendly, is encouraging Kenyans to come and seek assistance from the court. That it's not only even at a point where, fine, come, let's dissolve this and go, but even going forward to assist where necessary through ADR, which begs the question, therefore, what has forced the court to look at it from this angle as opposed to how business has been done before? Because Kenyans have stayed away from the courts because of how the court has been painted before. What informed this change?
I think I would start from the constitution. The constitution that we currently have has changed the way we do, let me say, business in this country. It's quite transformative. And so the court could not maintain the same position that it has traditionally always maintained, totally removed from the people that they serve. If you look at even where we acquire the authority to administer justice, it's from the people of Kenya, under Article 159. So it is donated from the people of Kenya, and you cannot be donated a power which then you exercise on your own without engaging with the donors of that power. So that is what informed this shift in the way the court has been engaging with the members of the public. So we've sort of opened up, as you rightly say, in the form of open days to get the members of the public to get to understand us beyond the wigs and the gowns we traditionally were wearing. We've also introduced the court user committees that my brother here has spoken about, where we engage with representatives from the community and other stakeholders. And we've also the realization that for us to be effective in discharging the mandate that we do, we cannot afford to be removed from the realities that the people of Kenya do. For you to give meaningful justice, you must be able to appreciate the lived realities of the people on whom you administer justice.
Just one addition to what my sister is saying is that picking up from the post-2010 constitution is that in every organization there's a plan, there's a strategic plan. For us in judiciary, we are currently implementing a blueprint. Social transformation through access to justice. That blueprint, what it has done is that it has now made us put a human face on dispute resolution, so that you no longer perceive a magistrate or a judge to be a demigod. No. So that is what we are doing currently, and we are really, even if you just approach us in our family court, you will be surprised. The perception that is out there is not what is really happening
in there. So some of the issues that would preclude folks from coming into court is because there's a lack of understanding of what would happen, or that there is an imagined threat in their minds that, okay, my issue will not then be sorted out. And this comes about in the issues that we hear. So last year, I believe it was towards the end of the year before, we saw an interesting ruling that came out of court whereby a spouse who stays at home, right, during the duration of a marriage is a huge contributor to what they've been able to amass. And that meant that in the process of dissolution of marriage, if that came about, that the spouse would then be considered for equal share of the property. Because previously it was said that if one spouse was out working, that then they would have, they were the ones who brought the money to the table. And then they were the ones who were able to essentially purchase. And then the property essentially belonged to them. With this landmark ruling, we saw that even if a woman, for example, was at home, she contributed significantly to that family unit. And in the position of dissolution, she would then be able to claim a significant amount of that property in that. So if you don't have receipts or documentation, because you're assuming, we're in this together. So me keeping a receipt of something that we purchased, I'm going to toss it out the window. But in the event that this marriage is dissolved, how then do you go ahead and claim your property if you don't have receipts or you don't have proof or documentation? How do you do that?
Let me answer it this way. You see, what happened is that, and let me explain it by a procedure, is that what happens is that people come for divorce. That is the first port of call So once a marriage is dissolved, then now the main issue arises. You file a separate case for a division of property, which you may have acquired over time. What happens is that, you see, there's that ruling. What that ruling did is just to breathe life to a legislation, which was passed in 2013. That is a Matrimonial Property Act. So what happens is that before 2013, the act or the law which the courts was using to divide property and the jurisprudence which had developed before then was the 1887 Married Women's Property Act,
where even the woman was property.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that what happened then is that the law, how the law developed then was that upon dissolution it is 50-50. Now come to 2010 Constitution and Article 45, which says parties have equal rights at the time of marriage, during and upon dissolution. And then the same Constitution, Article 40, property rights. So what the court did in that ruling is that then was a paradigm shift from the just mechanical application of the law that of the previous jurisprudence that upon dissolution 50-50, and the court was really minded of the fact that over time as it has been the tradition is that it was deemed that it's only the man who would acquire property.
Yes.
But over time, it is increasingly became a reality that even women acquire property. So what the court did is that it did not say that you will not get anything upon dissolution. The court said that then we would then need to put this on a scale and see what mode of contribution you made. And the Act, the Matrimonial Property Acts, sets out clear that if you don't have receipts, how then did you contribute?
Exactly.
And it's in the law.
Yes.
Doing domestic work, child support, farm work, all those things. So those things are there. So what the court did is just to apply something called the principle of equity.
Okay, so I don't have a receipt, and I know I bought this thing. I bought this piece of land. I know I did through my work, whatever. And maybe I was working, and then now I'm at home for the last 10 years, but I know I bought this. I contributed. I didn't expect at the time that this thing was going to end. So what you're saying, essentially, that it is weighed against then maybe what I did over 10 years, and then you say, okay, actually, yes, this piece of land can go to you.
What the court did is say that if in a case where there are no receipts, then we fall back to the rules of evidence. And that is where now the provisions of Section 107, 109 of the Evidence Act, you prove by way of addressing court on oath that this is what I did. And taking into account the peculiar facts and circumstances of the case, I can assure you the court will not just say you did not contribute.
Okay. I want to go to, and I know our time is running out, but one of the things that you mentioned, which we've not been able to touch on, which is a big issue, is that of domestic violence that occurs. Now, usually when you bring cases of domestic violence, even to the police, they try to remove you from a volatile situation. And you would have the evidence on you, essentially, man or woman, because we know that the cases of violence against men are on the increase. We know this. Now, what would the court be doing in this case? Saying that stop it, because a violent person is a violent person. Are we essentially saying stop it, or are you now saying in this case remove this individual from this potentially violent situation permanently? How does the court come in here? Because it would appear to most people that we need to go to the police, and then I remove myself from that situation so that I don't turn up dead one day. So where does the court come in with domestic violence cases?
Okay, the court, the court has wide-reaching powers when it comes to protection of people in a domestic setup against domestic violence. And maybe to start off, it is not that when one is exposed to such a situation, the only way to pursue this is through the criminal trial process or the criminal process, reporting to the police and expect the police to take action. Both can still move parallel. Under the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, a party can approach the court and make an application, seek orders to protect them. And as you rightly say, the orders to protect can come in very many ways. It can be just the order that desist from doing this, or if even in a case of a threat, do not do what you're threatening to do. The orders can come in the form of you need to move out of the premises that you share with, because we're talking about a domestic setup, the premises that you share with the victim or the applicant who has come before the court. It can be because you also have protection against economic abuse. Pay for this, allow them to access this. So the orders are varied. And what I would want to say here also, for the benefit especially of those that are watching us, which maybe some people may not be aware of, is that if a victim of domestic violence is unable for one reason or another to approach the court, some other person can, acting as a representative of that person, can also still approach the court on behalf of that person to secure protection. A police officer to whom a case of domestic violence has been reported, even as he investigates the criminal angle, has that obligation or responsibility to sensitize the victim about their rights and the fact that they can approach the court for protection. Yes.
Maybe I just want to add on this that why protection by the court? I think that's the question. The question, the issue is that you see, ideally when there's a threat of a criminal act, you go to police.
Yes.
But did that work? Has that been working? I think so. So that what really implored Parliament to come up with this act, it was the realization that at times the other systems or organs of state may go slowly.
Right.
So that what it does is that when you allow the court, because the orders which the court gives is protect. When you allow the court will supervise, even including supervision of police in terms of enforcing protection orders.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a lot, isn't there? But to have this conversation around how access to justice is actually enhanced by the courts is very important, and thank you for that. Folks are asking about the open day tomorrow from the family court. We know this will take place at the Milimani Law Court tomorrow, so it's an opportunity for folks to come in and ask. And they've asked for, in the future, think about televising such, because not everybody will then be able to make it for the open day. So that's just another suggestion that maybe the judiciary wants to think about, because people have interest, they want to know, make it a little bit wider. So thank you very much for joining us on our Justice Thursday conversation this morning. It's been with Honourable Evelyn Olwande and Honourable Festus Terere. Thank you for joining us today. Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
The news. Amla. Ubaga police officers from Kamagambo police station have arrested a suspected drug trafficker and seized 401 rolls of bhang in a dramatic operation that followed a tip-off from vigilant members of the public. The suspect who'll be arraigned today is identified as Calvin Okoh and was intercepted while driving a public service vehicle heading to Kisumu from Migori. Acting on intelligence from concerned citizens, officers laid an ambush and stopped the vehicle for inspection, where they seized bhang estimated to be weighing 34.4 kilograms with a street value of around 1.03 million Kenya shillings. 3 suspects linked to the death of Lucy Wambui will today appear in court again after they spent the night behind bars and denied manslaughter charges at the Kibra Law Courts yesterday. The accused Sergeant Robert Maweu and proprietors George Njoroge and Lillian Wanjiru are alleged to have caused Lucy's death following complications from a cosmetic surgery procedure at the Body by Design facility in Lavington. The suspects appeared in court a day after being ordered to present themselves in person, having failed to honor previous summons on Tuesday. Their appearance followed the lapse of an anticipatory bail granted earlier by the High Court, which had temporarily blocked their arrest and prosecution. They pleaded not guilty to charges of manslaughter related to the October 2024 death of Lucy at Body by Design. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has sent a message of condolence to families of students who perished following twin road accidents on Wednesday in Homa Bay County. The accident involved learners of Bear Boys Boarding Comprehensive School and Beta High School. He said the County Director of Education in Homa Bay County is leading a team from the ministry to provide updates on the two accidents. Regarding the chronology of events, Ogamba said the first accident, which involved learners of a Bear Boys boarding, occurred at Kibuon along Sundu Ahera Road after a matatu carrying learners from the school rammed into a stationary lorry. Ogamba said the parents have been informed except one who is outside the country. President William Ruto will today visit Nyandarua in Murang'a County. Is on his third day visit of Mount Kenya. This event comes as yesterday, while in Meru, Ruto affirmed Mount Kenya residents that no one will destroy their relationship that had partially been affected since former Deputy Rigathi Gachagwa's ouster.
Urafiki nimetengeneza na watu wa Mulima ni urafiki ambayo tumetengeneza kwa miaka karibu 20. Hakuna mtu atakuja kuvunja urafiki ambaye mimi nimetengeneza na watu wa Mulima, na siwezi kukubali mtu yeyote kuja kati yetu na ile kazi tumefanya kwa pamoja. Tutasimama ngangari, na mimi nitahakikisha kwamba maslahi yenu, maslahi ya Wakenya wote, tumeunganisha Kenya na Kenya isonge mbele.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your...
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, so at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, what does traffic look like right about now? Still pretty busy coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and there is some traffic that you will find as you get towards Murang'a Road, right? Also on the Eastern Bypass coming through towards North Airport Road, that is pretty heavy. Jago Road is also building up quite into quite something. Traffic on Langata Road, not too bad, but as you get to Aerodrome, it's going to slow down a little bit. And also on Rhino Dinga Way, as you touch on traffic that's also coming in from Ngong Road. So all of this is pretty busy. We're still in traffic hour. Let's see how Thursday pans out. Let's talk and try to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock and getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. We're going diaspora this hour and we're looking at certain things coming off our conversation that we had earlier at 6 a.m. and in terms of what things that need to be done. We're live streaming on YouTube, on Facebook and on X. And our audience on KTN Home, on KTN, not KTN, just KTN, Karibu Sana as we get into all of this morning. Now, ALX, you're thinking about, you've just finished high school or you have someone who's just finished high school and you think, I want a global education. I don't even know where to start. What do I do? Where do I go?
Yeah, you go to ALX, bit.ly/ALX pathway SFM. That is where you apply. But even when you're applying, where exactly are you applying? Because we're talking about global universities. Let me just mention a few. We're talking about Vanderbilt University, Macalester College, Patton University, Hamilton College, Bates College, Tufts University, UC Berkeley, or the University of Chicago. And these are just but a few of the universities that you can join in as a young person. Now, these are the few universities that you did LX partners you with, and the pathways opens doors for you to get to them. LX says the deadline is the 21st of April, so start applying. Time is of essence, and the link is bit.ly/LX pathway SFM. Go apply and get yourself to these global universities.
Fantastic. CT, we're getting into the weekend and we're getting into, just coming off of some celebrations and getting into others later. And you have a card in your wallet, in your pocket that we can actually use. And as we use this card, we earn. We spend, we earn.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do tell us how.
You actually do earn, and you do earn a very tidy sum. Tidy in the sense that the points you earn are the exact equivalent of Kenya shillings. If you earn 2 points, that's 2 shillings. If you earn 10 points, that's 10 shillings. Now, the card I'm referring to is actually called the World Credit MasterCard by I&M Bank. And you get it on the I&M Bank on the Go platform. Okay, what does this card do? Right, this card enables you to do what you would like to do in terms of your buying, paying, having a good time journey.
Okay.
That's what it does for you. The points that you gain will do the same thing for you when they're accumulated sufficiently. But in addition to this, there's a little detail. If you happen to be the 20th individual to register for this card, what do you think will happen? I will tell you, you will get 50,000 milele points.
I tell you.
The points are called milele. The name is Milele, the nickname is Milele. Now, you remember, let's go back to what I first said. Each point is equal to 1 shilling.
1 shilling.
So 50,000 Milele points will equal to 50,000 Kenya shillings. Yes.
Okay. It's great stuff. And you get it on the app, right? You apply on the app, you get your card, and then you get into the business.
Yes.
All right. So we're getting into conversations this hour, but even as we do, we're going to go around the continent, and it's necessary for us to have those conversations because there's so many simmering conversations around what is going to happen. We're into the year 2025, where we don't even have to blink. We are looking at neocolonialism right in the face. And the questions are, what are African nations going to do when you've been dealt another opportunity to actually take the bull by the horns and make sure that your countries work? But before we get into that conversation, which we'll also ask you to be a part of at some point, CT, will you remind us about today's proverb?
Yes, I will. The thread follows the path of the needle. The thread follows the path of the needle. This is a proverb from the Comoros.
The thread follows the path of the needle.
Yes. If the needle meanders, so will the thread.
Indeed. If the needle meanders, so will the thread.
Yes.
If the needle breaks, the use of the thread
will halt. Yes.
Okay.
Until another needle is found. Yes. And when that needle is found, it will continue. And should that one break, or should the thread break, the needle will halt and wait for another thread to What's that thing you called when you fix the thread into the needle? Into the eye of the needle?
You're threading the needle.
You're threading the needle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Essentially.
If you're driving to Mombasa Road takes you there. If you decide to branch at Eastern Bypass, you end up in Thika, so the needle.
You're there. Indeed.
Very well put.
Very well put. The story that takes us into a conversation today is on The Nation this morning, and Trump's in-law tours Kenya, the Great Lakes, with eye on Congo minerals. Masad Boulos, the new senior advisor for Africa at the United States State Department, will be visiting Kenya and the Great Lakes region starting this week. It's on page 2, and we look into a few more details because this sets the stage for the conversation that we are having in this hour. So he comes in and with an eye on Congo's minerals, where everybody else has had their eye as well. He's a senior advisor to the president on Arab and Middle East affairs with focus on Lebanon, the country he left as a teenager. He will visit the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Kenya and Uganda from today. Senior advisor Boulos and the team will meet heads of state and business leaders to advance efforts for durable peace in Eastern DR Congo and promote United States private sector investment in the region. And do what? Promote sector investment, United States private sector investment in the region otherwise known as DR Congo, and in terms of what it has to offer. I don't see a difference between visits that take place dressed up in a suit and a briefcase from visits that took place for a lot of other African countries 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 110 years ago, 90 years ago. These things happened, and what colonialism did at the time essentially was not a come and let me see my brothers on the other side of the pond and see what they look like. No, it wasn't. There was the realization when we are told that people like, what was his name? Columbus, who found America as though there was no one there, or Vasco da Gama, who came and landed on the port here and found Kenya, rather parts of what East Africa looked like, as though there were no people there who had inhabited the lands before and were not operating in intricate trade routes, who were not operating in having found out certain sciences, people as though they were not operating in finding out certain traditional ways of doing things that still form the basis of what we use as modern day technology, came from here. So those things happened. Now, when they found these things, and I'm going to continue putting found in inverted quotes, that when they found, they now sent word very quickly back and said, hey, guys,
You guys,
I found a place off the coast of this Indian Ocean. There's a land that has spices. It's fantastic. There's a land that has precious stones. It's amazing. There's a land which is just near the port. We can use this. There's a land just close to the sea. We can use this and create an advantage point for us. There's a land even deeper inland where you will find minerals untold, that there is this precious metal that we will then call gold, that there's something that we can use for technology called bauxite, that there's in another land there's this blue stone, green stone in some cases called tanzanite, that we can use it. They sent word back, and then the people came in droves.
There is soil in Kenya where we can grow tea and coffee and export it back home because our weather does not allow.
Now, when the colonialists came, do you think that they came here because they didn't have what to do where they came from, or that they were bored and they said, okay, let's just go see what it's going to be like to live in Africa for the next 40 years? No. They came to extract. They came to take whatever they needed so that they could go back. They also knew that they needed to keep the attention of the people, so they gave you the education and the religion. Whatever you choose to stay with, that is up to you. They used the elements of divide and rule, and it worked very well for many cases. They picked individuals from the people that they were going to either manipulate, or that they were going to, I guess it's still manipulation, that they were going to give positions who would then be able to give them the vantage and access points towards what they wanted to do. I want you to tell me if you see in principle a difference between what happened then when they landed on the shores of many countries of who we know them today, and what we see today when people land or come off planes and land here and tell you that they want to do what? They want to secure American private sector investment interests. Is there a difference between what happened then and what happens today?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Time.
That's just about it?
Time and awareness and exposure. In the times gone by, everything that the colonialists brought was new. New. And in the spirit that human beings have embraced over time, new often meant better. When you go beyond the fear and the suspicion, it becomes better, because you suddenly realize that there are things you can do with greater ease than you previously could. Okay? But beyond that, there is something called the Western education, which has enabled us to speak the language that we are speaking to the point where we can all understand each other. Now, instead of it being a cohesive force, it became a force of exploitation. Because when you speak the language that someone else has brought to you, and it dominates the things you do, that person has actually dominated you. In case you didn't know, they have dominated you.
They have.
Now, but there's a flip side to this particular coin. You can flip it. The very tool that is used against you can be the very tool that you use to better your circumstances. Because you now have, through that tool, the mind of the individual who brought it to you, because you can then have a clearer understanding of how they go about their business. We have failed to understand what the colonialists did to benefit them, insofar as we only took in the very violent forms of governance that they unleashed on the natives of the countries they went to the point of even decimating entire communities. But instead of looking at the thinking behind it and the self-interest that they put ahead of everything, we decided to look inward to the benefits that would satisfy a few. Now, that hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. In fact, it's worsened, because we are now even more aware of the value of the things we have. Before, we knew there was value, but not as much as we now do.
No.
And in a global economy, that awareness is even greater. Okay? So there is a difference.
There is a difference.
There is a difference. And let me just read what has been written here. Now, the Trump administration prioritizes transactional relationships, a shift from multilateralism partnership with assistance, trade and climate agreements now uncertain. Now, his focus will be limited to how Africa fits in his broader geopolitical objectives, especially considering US-China rivalry. Now, President Trump's interest in the DR Congo is attributed to the country's minerals, with most critical metals for energy and technology found there. Last month, the State Department said it was ready to explore critical mineral partnerships with Kinshasa after a Congolese senator contacted American officials to pitch minerals for security agreement.
It's very simple.
Yes.
It's very simple. So here you are, and you would imagine that there has been conflict in the DR Congo for the last 40 years, right? That when we talk about disallowing the leadership of its own people, whether you want to talk about Patrice Lumumba being killed in the manner in which he was, whether you want to talk about then the micromanaging of governance that took place, and just from leader to leader to leader to leader. Do you really think that it was for anything else apart from what we see today? The control of resources, making sure or to ensure that resources left DR Congo, whether you were going to give a pittance for them, and made its way to the countries that needed it for the needs that you talk about today, energy and technology. Today hasn't changed. That's how it was 40 years ago. That's what it is today. When we talk about wars, when we talk about conflict, how many conflicts take place around Africa?
How many
just here to the
conflicts
north
exist in?
Just here to the north is the conflict that is taking place in Sudan. There is one that's on its brink in South Sudan. The conflict and the humanitarian crisis that's taking place in Sudan is easily the worst in the world to date. Do you see that people who are scrambling about and running to Sudan to say, let's have peace here? Why? Because it's clear, and we can be bold enough to say it, that there's no significant benefit that you will then be able to get if you were there. Sure, we know that the business of war is not cheap, and we know that there are people who are making sure that even before, when we saw a more violent conflict, that it was said that there are those who were fueling the conflict by providing arms. I mean, there are entire books that have been written about it. There are films that have been made about it, and that continues to be true, that somebody benefits from the prolonging of these conflicts. But if you want to look at examples of other things that have happened on the continent, for example, where conflicts took place and nobody was bothered to come in and check, I bet you my bottom dollar that if we see a conflict area where there is resource untold, you will see people going there. Everybody and their uncle has been talking about, well, let's make sure that we sort out the conflict in DRC. No, you don't want to sort it out, because in that chaos, there is a there are beneficiaries. In that chaos, there's somebody who benefits. Why come out suddenly in 2025 and say, well, let's have a conversation about, our private investments and let's see how we can talk about it? You want a situation where people are remaining docile so that you can take what they have. These are the things that we talk about. And the question is, when will we wake up to these realities? Yeah. When will we wake up and say that, you know what, the things that we did when we were looking at colonialism in the 40s towards the 50s, the things that we did then as would-be leaders seems to be the same things that we are doing today. That you are allowing folks to come in and do and run roughshod, essentially, in the manner in which they want to, without taking responsibility. So when you asked the question earlier about whether they care about the people, no. There are means to an end. Maybe we can build a school here. Maybe we can, we can tell you that we care about you, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. We will come. What we need, we will get, and we will leave. Yeah. We will have somebody on the ground who essentially, today we can even call them unilateral global facilitators, because that is exactly what they do. Yeah. They allow you in, we have a conversation, you get what you want, and then you go. Yeah. You keep the relationship constant so that we can continue to get what we need to furnish our what? To furnish our global technological needs for 2025 and moving forward. Yeah. It hasn't, in that respect, it has not changed. When will we wake up to the reality that we cannot continue like this? And I'm saying, until the swamp is drained, until you have significant leadership that understands exactly what's going on and is not ready to pawn its people away and their livelihoods for 30 pieces of silver.
When we talk about Trump is walking away from multilateralism, but what exactly does that mean? This means it refers to a system of international relations where multiple countries work together on shared issues, often through international organizations, treaties, or agreements. But here we're moving from multilateralism to transactional business, where we're talking in terms of, okay, fine, you want security? Perhaps I might supply you with weapons that you need to fight. And in return, I take your cobalt. I will take your fine minerals to go create my energy and whatever. It is not a question of let's sit on the table and work on how we're going to make sure that your country does better. But that notwithstanding, again, we go back to our very own leaders who have turned the continent, have turned our resources to being their easy way out of poverty.
I actually like Trump's approach to this because it's honest.
Yes.
There's no multilateralism, quadruple multilateralism, none of that stuff. You have minerals.
We want the
minerals.
Yes.
Now let's see what we can do for you. It is straightforward, is up front. So
there's even no table. There's no table for discussion. No.
He has told you. Now it's up to you.
Yeah.
You see, the thing the colonialists did that perhaps we don't often give sufficient credit is he gave us, and I said it earlier, the tool. It's called the language, which was then accompanied by an education which was formed for their own. We have that education. We have the exposure because we visited their countries. Some of us have even studied in their countries. So you cannot say you do not know how these people think.
Yeah.
You do.
You do.
You only need to look at the African diaspora and look at the number of Africans who live outside their countries and are in those Western countries or around the world. There are very many. We know of many who have gone and then come back home. The point is this. It isn't sufficient for a certain number. It is important that the number of people who get educated. For instance, right now, have you ever asked yourself why it is universities in the Western world are always busy hawking the universities. Those universities were not built for us. It was built for them.
For them. Yes.
Okay? Why? Because foreign students pay. And what foreign students pay is not the same amount as what the locals pay. And it also tells you that the locals are perhaps not that keen on that education that is being offered. They can do other things and they're happy to do other things. It is the African who is keen. Now, that level of keenness to excel in a foreign country, and we do as Africans, we excel.
And surpass expectations.
Exactly, because you are up against a stacked deck. So you really have to be exceptional for you to stand out.
Yeah.
Now, if that happens there, it happens because the opportunity to excel is provided. If it's academia, if it's your work will speak for you.
For you, yes.
Yes. Here on this continent, your tribe speaks for you generally. Your expertise will speak for you in certain spheres where there isn't much of an option. But at the end of the day, the chronism with which we approach our business guarantees that we don't always have our best in the positions that we require the best.
You speak of a case which has just rung a bell, and I have a cousin who studied in Ohio, and she's a physicist. Ohio. Yes.
Ohio. That one.
Yep. She passed, actually. She was invited by the university to study there, full scholarship, fully paid and whatnot. So she's a physicist and she's a pharmacist at the same time. So at one point she visited the country and I was like, why don't you think of just coming back and doing whatever it is you're doing there here? The first question she asked is, to come do that where? Which institutions do you have that can give me the money I'm getting from the US here? And the American government as well has guaranteed her presence there by ensuring that it is difficult for her to come back home because it invested in her education. So the great mind that she has is a property and a reserve for the United States.
That same United States has grown and expanded, has become a power.
Yeah.
They have never been shy to bring in expertise.
Yes.
They have never been shy to adopt and to welcome expertise. They are not.
Yes.
It doesn't matter which country you come from. Why do you think the Silicon Valley is full of people from India?
Absolutely.
Okay. They are not shy. So long as you have expertise that they know will help their cause, they are not shy.
Yes.
So they don't stifle it.
No.
Yeah.
In the same vein, they are also very aware, very, very aware that there are folks who are in it for their personal gain.
Yes.
And those are the folks that they now speak to directly because they will give them direct access to these things that they want. So what do? They blind you. Look, the whole phenomenon of Hollywood itself, it was built on the idea that you needed to give the American people something shiny to play with.
Something to lull them.
Yeah.
So you give them that over here, and then on the eastern side of things, you make sure that you're forming your government. Because where did governments form in the United States? They formed on the eastern continental US, on that side. So you send them out to the west and make them know that their dreams can come true in Hollywood. Everybody wants to go out and be an actor. So they went out there. And then on this side of things, in the Big Apple, there was New York and there was the dazzling lights and all of this. But in the Mid-East, they formed government. They formed the groups. They formed the collegiate, where they were going to decide how governments then were going to be formed, how policy was going to be crafted, how they were going to go into different parts of the world. When you're over here playing with your shiny new toy and your disco lights over here, they knew exactly what they were going to do. And they were deliberate about it. That same deliberateness is what we see that they carry out into the world today. You think Bullis is coming here because he wants to see what the Great Lakes looks like?
Or to visit the gorillas.
Or to visit the chimps in Uganda. You think he wants to come and see what the white sands of Diani look like and then enjoy a day under an umbrella? For crying out loud. They also know the individuals that they can speak to. Just like they knew when they went to the coast of Ghana and Nigeria. Just like they knew when they looked into the slave trade, on the continental slave trade. They knew the people in the communities that they could approach who would give them the best and the strongest slaves. They knew. Today in 2025, they know the leaders that they can go to and say, you know what? How about you let us in? Let me come and tour for a couple of days and let me go over here and talk about my private sector investment. What's the difference?
Nada.
And as they knock, they'll say, look, just so that you understand that our intentions are serious, here's a little something for you.
Here's something for you.
Yeah. Because what they're coming for is lithium, cobalt, uranium. Talk about the industries that these will touch. They touch about battery, they talk about minerals to build engines in cars, and also batteries for electric vehicles. They are one of the biggest producers of these, and for a very long time these minerals have been received from China, but we know the geopolitics that is happening with China. Therefore, where do you go to? The soft targets. Because even the recent conversation with Ukraine, it was based off what? You have to give us your minerals for us to give you our bombs.
Very true. And that is it at the end of the day. We can't run away from the fact that there is maybe it would be the second representation of the Cold War that's currently happening, whereby everybody is trying to get folks to look west or trying to get folks to look east. So that war is happening. Who rules the roost today? So when people come knocking at your door, you have to see beyond the knock. It's 27 minutes to 9 o'clock. We're having a conversation this morning. We're going to get you to weigh in. When are we going to open our eyes and see that we are the pawns on the chessboard and that folks are actually on the white side and on the dark side, and they're using you as pawns? When are you going to stand up and take the position and actually take out the queen? 26 minutes to 10 to 9. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy and rainy conditions in Nairobi at 18. It's 17 and sunny in Nakuru, and 17 and partly sunny in Nyeri. It's partly sunny at 16 now in Eldoret, while Mombasa is cloudy at 27. Malindi at 29 is partly sunny. It's sunny at 23 into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 21 is sunny. Kampala light rain showers at 23, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 25. It's cloudy at 16 into Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 29 is sunny, and 17 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Rain showers now in Lagos at 26, while it's cloudy moving towards rain at 24 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, we're still in traffic hour and just seeing what's clicking as you're coming in on the Thika Superhighway, always there at point of reference. And it's still pretty heavy. There is some traffic that's inbound from Outer Ring. And so watching that as you join with Allsop. So that's going to slow things down a little bit. If you're heading in that direction, there's something that slowed traffic down there. Also then on Manyanja Road going towards Jogo Road looks a bit sticky, but you should be able to get out without too much of an issue. North Airport Road has some traffic as you approach the Cabanas interchange, but you do all right on Mombasa Road until you get to right around Next Gen, and then heading out towards Capital Centre, it slows down as well. Huru Highway not looking too bad, but you'll have some spots where you're slow as you get into the city. We'll keep an eye on things. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 o'clock and we're having this conversation about, so then when are we going to wake up and realize that the potential is right in our hands? And so even when we are fully aware of why somebody has come knocking on your door, then I have to take it and I have to turn it round to us and say, we as African nations, we fall way beyond the mark. That even if somebody comes and says, well, you know, these people are here to take your resources and to shake your hand, they give you something in one hand while they take something from the other. But the question is, what are we doing to counter it? That that it doesn't make sense to me. We always talk about the hang-ups or the hangovers of colonialism, which in my opinion are quite valid in terms of reasons as to why there's a stagnated progression or development. I understand that. But it's been gone for a while.
60 years in Kenya plus.
I mean, the original colonialization that we talk about, you got flag independence, you got other forms of independence, and then you started having your own governments made up primarily by your own people, primarily and in whole by your own people. But we still are hanging on to these things. That those community leaders that were used for certain things have found their way into government and are still ruling the roost today. We know that the only way for you to be able to hit in terms of economic development is by your own industries and manufacturing. We know that. It is a no-brainer. We understand that. We've seen it. It happens. That's just the order of the world. What stops us? Why is our development why are we not able to click in on our development agenda? And this is what leaders ought to look at. And I keep saying, you have no business looking outside when inside it's a mess. What are we doing? That we still today in nations whereby people have gone to international courts for stashing away billions, that we have situations where there's no sanitation, as basic as that. That we have
there's no running water.
There's no running water. There's no pipage. That people that there are people who go to in our nations today. That there are people who go to quarries and they fetch dirty water and they filter it through a cloth and it's cloudy at best, and that's what they drink today. And then you want to tell me, why we've not been able to develop is because we are colonized and we only got independence in 1960 and we're still dealing with those hang-ups. That is what we have the audacity to open our mouths and say.
It's actually true, though. It's actually true. We have the audacity because we actually have been only independent for 60 odd years.
Okay.
Latin American countries have also been independent for roughly the same, and their problems are not very dissimilar to ours. And the Europeans, those guys figured out how to have lasting peace probably in the last 100 years. For some 2,000 years before then, man, these fellows were chopping each other up and doing all sorts of crazy things for
brutally.
the longest time. But having said that, and where you are right, that explanation is just a sentence and you pause there. It cannot be the complete explanation and it cannot satisfy the problem that we seek. But Kenya, we have a solution actually. We have a constitution. That sort of constitution is what gives you the foundation on which you can build the things we're talking about. Because leaders are elected. Okay? Now, in this job we're doing, if we're not performing, we will go and look for other things.
Yes, no.
That's true.
As someone suggested to me the other day that perhaps I should consider going to look after cows. Yes, it's an occupation.
Okay.
The only thing is I need to have the cows first.
To start, yeah.
That's where I was heading.
Yes, but the point was well made.
Yes.
You have to have a plan B. Why? If you are not meeting the targets, if you are not doing what you're supposed to do, if you are not ensuring that the conversations are at the highest possible level, then somebody else who can do that very thing that is required will be looked for.
Yes.
Okay? We are loath to not only hold our leaders to account, but to get rid of them when they're not performing.
That is where the conversation should be. Getting rid of them when they are not performing.
Yes.
Because, you see, we live in a country where just the other day in Migori County, Rongo to be specific, there was a road that was just being constructed and there were reports of gold deposits just by the road. If you go further down to Makelda, there is a mine where people actually go in and mine gold and trade in it. If you go down to Kakamega, the same story. You hear of mine shafts each and every single day collapsing and people dying in them. We ask, what is our government doing to ensure that these resources are exploited by us, that they are developed by us, that we process them in such a way that they are national resources that we protect with our might? Unfortunately, our governments do not do that. If you look at in Burkina Faso, it is happening.
it is a story, it is a subject, it is an example that we can take. When will other African leaders wake up and say, we must do right by the people?
They won't. They won't. They won't.
Let's be optimistic for once.
They won't. The reason why I said Kenya has a solution, and the solution is our constitution, the people need to know that just as they constitutionally elect their leaders, they should be able to constitutionally get rid of them. And that's any leader. It does not matter. So long as you are elected to office, there must be a way in which, and our constitution provides for it.
Okay. Is it too much? No. I'm actually asking that the many things, because we can list them.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what country. I think about my country, Nigeria, right? And I think about the 200 million people that are there, and I think about the abject poverty of people who are sitting literally on black gold. That there are parts of Nigeria deep in the rainforest whereby you stick your finger in the ground and it comes out black.
Black, yes.
Because it's sitting on oil undiscovered till today. This is in Nigeria. And then I think about the water cities of Nigeria as well, whereby people, because they live in the lagoon area, they're living on water, and that there is nothing that has been done in terms of development for proper living. We have a constitution, just in case you didn't know, we have a constitution that guarantees the protection of livelihoods of the people of Nigeria. But that we have a leadership which is struggling to then even be able to make sense of things. That we live in a continent whereby the same Libya had made fuel as cheap as $6 for its people, and that ensured that you go all the way from preschool to university for free. On this continent, it happened. Healthcare was free. That their crude, the thing about the oil, the crude, which is also available in Nigeria, is that it was so smooth that the refinery process was shortened. So that's the kind of crude that the world wants to buy.
It was the finest in the world.
It's the finest, okay? So my question is, maybe it's too much. And when I say too much, I say maybe the responsibility is too much. Maybe there's too much poverty. Maybe there's too much in terms of responsibility that needs to be done. There are too many people, so we cannot provide water. There are too many people, so we don't eat the whole thing and don't provide electricity. There is too much in terms. Maybe it's too much and we're not able to handle it because the responsibility is so great and there's not enough. There is no explanation other than that for me. That maybe there are too many balls in the air. We can't educate all our children. We can't provide clean water for all of them. We can't provide access to health. We can't provide power. We can't just do our job. Maybe it's too much.
I think
it's too much. That's the problem.
What is too much is we have too much aloof leaders who we need to get rid of.
Actually, the leaders are not aloof, Dennis. These leaders have understood that they can get away with the things they're doing. And we have allowed them to.
So are we aloof?
We have encouraged them. No. We are stupefied. When you're buffeted with problems left, right, and center, and you can barely breathe, man, there isn't much room in your brain to think about very many things. Any little improvement for you is a hallelujah moment. Let me go back to what I said about the Constitution. What is it that has made Americans different from other people, from being very loud? They are Americans.
First.
And they will tell you they will tell you.
America.
And they know their rights.
Yes.
And they will remind you.
Yeah.
And they will tell you. When you have a citizenry that understands that there's a rule of law, and they are not afraid to say, excuse me, this is not right, leaders then understand that they will not get away. On this continent, it is established that leaders tend to get away with anything they do, even if it works to the detriment of the citizenry.
City, see, this thing, if you don't know by now, really bothers me.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, that we'd heard the sounds of generators installed, and I would be like, okay, this is great. Then there would be, lights would come on, and then part of the national electricity company was privatized. And the people who accessed private power had power 24 hours a day, even 8 days a week. 8. So then I started to wonder, these people who have this private power, they have power all the time. It's a very simple thing. They pay, you have power. Or you have power, then at the end of the period, you pay. So I started to ask myself, who owns this thing? And I think I was about 10 years old. Who owns this thing that people who are connected to the national grid don't have power, but these people who have brought power from wherever else they're bringing it from have power? What is this thing? And if you find it, that same principle resonates through and through, whereby there are people who have opened private schools in Nigeria from here till Timbuktu. Private schools are ruling the roost now, and they're offering optimum education, and it's being paid for. The public system on its knees. There are people who within the private sector are offering human resource, who are offering training on soft skills and things like that, but they are flourishing.
In the same country.
In the same country. The same citizens of the same stock. So what Kool-Aid are you drinking when you get into the public? What happens under government? What happens? I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's too much.
What's the culture in government?
What is the problem?
What is the culture in our government?
Because why can you flourish in the private sector in the same country with the same people, made of the same stock, but somehow in the public sector you get in and you put your coat on the chair and then you disappear. They see you at 4 o'clock, you come back later. And then you wonder why you have a dirty river running through the city. You wonder why there's no piped water. You wonder why their estates since 1980 have opened their tap and have never seen water running through it. You wonder why you don't have electricity drop from here to there. But if you work in the private sector, somehow these things seem to work. It's not aliens who are running the private sector, it's the same
locals,
people. So what is the problem? If we decided today that there is a woman who used to live in the US and came to Kenya, and now has a franchise of paints.
Yes.
She mixes her own paint.
Yes.
And she's now competing with
the big
boys who are external players. A Kenyan of Kenyan descent, of the same stock as everybody else, is doing the thing and has franchise all over this country. What am I saying? We know what to do. We do not do it, but we expect that we will develop. There's a problem. That's why I was telling you, bomb the thing, drain the swamp, start from the beginning.
There is a lady as well who just came back from the US as well. She's coming and she's connecting the black Africans from the West to come back and settle back home. She's linking them with opportunities, with how to purchase land and whatnot. She's competing with the national body, Magical Kenya, head to head, because she's communicating the language they understand. She's not targeting the white man. She's targeting the black people who want to invest and come back home. We know, yes, I agree with you. We know what we need to do.
What is our problem? No, there's got to be something. You can't tell me that we don't have enough resources, because people are coming here to get them. People are coming to get them.
And we're even exporting it.
Yeah, city. So the thing is, if you look at, let's take America, for example. America was built off its black oil, right? It's black gold. Africa has abundance of the same. What stops us from taking advantage of it?
Because we want to eat it. A few people want to eat it.
Because it doesn't make sense today that Nigeria, with all the oil that it has, it is exporting and then importing.
No, thank God for Aliko Dangote, because now Dangote has now brought a refinery, so we praise the name of the Lord because we started something like that. But you know what? I ask a question that if you go to Lagos today, there's a hum over the city that if you sit quietly, even with the madness of our Lagosians, there's a hum over the city. What does that mean? That there are generators that are just running 24 hours a day. But you know what? There are 6 people. Nigeria has 200 million people. But there are 6 people who run the organization for importation of generators. There's big business there because everybody, you build a house today, you have an inlet for a generator because you know we don't have the power. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody is so bright that they say, let's manipulate and manage this thing. Can we provide power? Yes, we can. Do we have the infrastructure? Yes, we can. My father, a man, a Nigerian, laid down the infrastructure for telecommunications countrywide in Nigeria. They didn't bring somebody from outside to do it. Just like you're saying, he went and got the education and came back and they said, this man, we want him to come and lead the team that's going to lay down the telecommunications infrastructure in the country. Then what do you do with it? You botch it after that.
You know the difference here and do? Countries have that policy of taking people out of the country.
Yes.
China, case in point. Let's just talk about the Asian tigers in that region. You go, but they have a plan for you.
You come back.
Even if you stay there, they still have a plan for you. But if you come back, it is for a very good reason. They have a plan. Now, the plan we have in this country, if you observe, is private sector is huge. Private sector is huge because the individuals have figured out, somehow working with the government may not necessarily benefit me very much. Let me do something on my own. That is why we have a growth in the education sector, we have a growth in the health sector. Okay? Services that the government should be providing. The growth tells you, again, of the enterprise and a people who will not sit back and simply say, oh, this is our lot. You ask, what is our problem? Our problem is the mistaken idea that when you speak the truth to power, that you are being disrespectful.
Yes.
When someone is being disrespectful, it's clear. The way they say it, the manner they use it, it's clear. But when someone simply says it, they're not being disrespectful. They're telling you, this is what I am observing, this is what you have done. That's all they're saying. But the disease is when people get into leadership, this is now the poison chalice when it comes to power, which is unchecked. The tendency towards dictatorialism is huge. That is just human nature. Somebody has power which is not checked, or they know that it will not be checked. It is very rare that they will actually work in the interest of the majority of their citizenry. No, they will work for the interest of a few. That's what they do.
You know why when folks go into rehab, they get them onto the cold turkey method? Is because you realize that this thing that you're doing is that you're causing a danger to yourself, and that you have been a repetitive nature of this invitation of danger over and over and over again. And so they say the only way for us to be able to do this is to remove you from that situation. You're going to go through withdrawal. You're going to have some bad days. We're going to flush out your system. We're going to make sure that you get to the point whereby you're at zero, and then we're going to start to build from there. That is exactly what needs to happen with us. That we need to get away from this habitual danger that we've been in, and that we're asking ourselves the question is, why can't we develop? Why is it that every day that guy Moody is telling us that we are least developing, second developing, underdeveloping, what CT calls it generational banana republic? They can continue to ascribe those things to us because we're not even at the table. We are not even under the table where the crumbs are, because in your backyard you're not sorting it out. We need a cold turkey revolution whereby everything is stopped and you say, you know what, where are we? You wake up the next morning and you have a banging headache and you're saying you want to reach for that thing, but it's nowhere to be found. You're going to go through the period whereby there will be no money, there will be no resources, but you know what? You're building on something. That is what we need. We need a reset. We need a reset. And I'm not even saying follow the example that who has given you. After all, I see a country, when we talk about political progression, and you can say that you can redefine your own democracy. What does it mean to you? You can redefine your own development. That we shouldn't have people who are living below the dignity spectrum. We shouldn't have that. We shouldn't have children who can afford to go to school. We shouldn't. You shouldn't go to hospital when they've told you that you can. And I keep saying that these things, these are the basics. If we haven't got our basics sorted, we are nowhere on development. We are not, and that's the truth. When we come to truth with reality, is that not one of the things that in this same rehab, is that not what they ask you? There are certain things you cannot deny. You have to come to terms with it. We must come to terms with where we are, and we should stop this pussyfooting around issues. Call it as they are, fix the thing, and let's go.
Do you know one of the reasons why the situation persists because it isn't all entirely bad. Every once in a
There's
while.
some good spots.
Yes, and that is what gives you hope that it will change. Certain things change in that manner by you wishing and hoping. Other changes have to be brought about.
Yes.
You see, living by the rule of the law yourself, forget the politicians for a second. You adhering to the rule of the law and understanding that it comes with a burden as well. If you refuse to bribe a policeman, what do you think will happen to you?
They'll take you to court.
Precisely.
Yes.
But you wouldn't die.
But you wouldn't die.
Precisely. I have not forgotten how when the Kibaki government came in, there's a guy called Michuki was in charge of transport, and he laid down the law and said, you Matatu guys, you are going to do exactly what I tell you. They believed they had the power and they thought they would go on strike. They did. The Wananchi said, it is okay, we will walk. We will walk. That's the case.
We will carpool.
This one.
We will find a way.
We will find a way. Do not worry. We will find a way, and we will do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
What that tells you, that the citizenry had been waiting and hoping for somebody.
something, and
Yes,
we'll
and
go.
they saw it and they said, we are supporting this thing. Do you know what happened next? We saw police being arrested by citizens for asking or taking bribes. We saw.
Yes.
The citizens, it's a yoke that they had been carrying for a long time, and they're carrying it now. It's even heavier. But the need to have the example being set from the top is lacking. And when I say top, from everywhere.
Yes.
So, and people are afraid to stand on their own because you'll be isolated. But one saw, when a stand was made, believe me, many things changed. You couldn't get a passport without going through God knows what. It became easy. You couldn't get a loan until you God knows did what. It became easy. Everything became simple. It was made simple. Now, that was the one abiding example you keep giving of someone intentionally building the economy. And you saw what that did. We saw.
At some point, he also went into environment, and Kenyans actually believed that at some point we could swim in Nairobi River.
Yes.
We believed and trusted that Mishuki would deliver.
It's important that we have these conversations so they are not pointless. It's important that we talk about these things and make them front and center at one point. Hopefully that we will take the bull by the horns and actually get to where we should be going at the rate at which we should be doing it. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Obagamoyo University has issued a notice to employees and their unions to declare redundancy due to financial constraints. The notice issued by Vice Chancellor Professor Kiplagat Kotut noted that the redundancy will affect a number of employees who are members of University Academic Staff Union, that is WASU, and stipulated in the CBA between the union and Moi University. It further noted that the decision has been necessitated by a reduction of revenue brought about by decline in student numbers. This, the university says, has created a difficult operating environment, making it a challenge for the university to meet its financial obligations, including payment of employee salaries. And Mugirango West MP Stephen Mogaka has accused Nyamira Governor Amos Nyaribo of dividing the county assembly. Speaking in Kebirigo, Mugirango West, Mogaka said Governor Nyaribo has lost his way by using the assembly as a platform to approve the supplementary budget estimates, which is against the law. At the same time, Mogaka used the platform to point at the blame at Nyamira High Court Judge Wilfrida Okwani for her earlier action in ordering the reinstatement of the sacked Speaker Ednah Okello, clearly understanding that he had no authority to carry out the duty.
If a county assembly, or so it is called, decides to go and have a sitting, I don't care where, during budget making or anything, yaani hiyo ni dhuluma kiasi gani? Na mtu aniambie yeye ni governor, ameona that is okay. Our officers who work in the courts, you should be the first ones to guide litigants to go to the correct place. Hii maneno ya kupea watu order ambao unajua ni kinyume ya sheria, hiyo kama mjumbe is stopped.
Police in Uriri, Migori County are investigating the death of an unidentified middle-aged man whose body was found in a bush in the Comenyo sub-location. North Kanyamkongo Chief Sylvan Owiti reported that the body was found by a local passing by the area. He noted that the deceased is unfamiliar to the residents, raising suspicions that he may have been killed elsewhere and then dumped in the vicinity. Owiti stated that authorities have yet to determine the circumstances leading to the man's death and the identities of those involved. He confirmed that the police are actively investigating the matter. And in another incident, police in Likuyani constituency, Kakamega County, have detained a man on charges of killing his friend by striking him with a blunt object. This is after the two are allegedly involved in a dispute over tobacco worth 50 shillings in Plot 10 village located in Seregea area. According to a local elder, Jacob Mkangai, the suspect, Francis Mashila, told police officers that he killed his friend, Vitalis Shidenye, aged 42, after the deceased demanded tobacco that he had sent him to buy several days earlier. However, the family of the deceased, led by his sister-in-law Jen Hasoher, has denied this claims, stating that the deceased had received some money after selling a piece of land. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so look at where we are with traffic this morning, and still, I think, reducing. So I think we're looking good. Most parts on the Eastern Bypass as you get towards North Airport Road, that seems to have cleared up completely. There is some inbound traffic then, however, on North Airport Road, and it's going to find some of it towards Outer Ring. On the Thika Superhighway, we're seeing just a little bit of traffic left, then just after Survey going towards the Pangani Underpass, and then on Kangunda Road, there's still a little bit of that. So it's just what's happening. The buzz of the city this morning. We will see what happens in about half hour or so. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
5 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday. We get into an education conversation this morning at this hour. And as we do that, our live streams are up Facebook, YouTube and on X. And we can see all of you clicking in as you continue in the conversation with us this morning and on our audiences in Kenya, around the region and in the world, and our audience on KTN. On the Situation Room, we will continue to have these conversations, necessary for us to do so. When it comes to education, I'm looking for a global education that I can come back and then apply later, perhaps. But how do we get there, Dennis?
LX Pathways actually has a way for you to get there, and it's telling you that you can start applying today because the deadline is on the 21st, so you still have time to apply. But remember that it is competitive and Kenyans are actually applying. How do you apply?
bit.ly /SFM. LX pathway SFM is how you get to that. But even as you apply to this, we've told you about the universities that you get to apply to, that we will give you scholarships towards that. But through that as well, you have an opportunity to study in 3 ways. You can study in person, you can study in hybrid format or online. And LX tells you that you will also have to attend a comprehensive 8-month LX Pathway Foundations that will help you in entrepreneurial skill communication, which are designed to prepare you for successful university applications. Again, 21st of April is the deadline. How do you apply? bit.ly /LX Pathway SFM. Get applying, get yourself to these global universities.
There you go. All right, CT, I can spend, I can earn. And from 10, we're going to start doing like that. So how?
Well, all you need to do is take one simple step. I&M Bank on the Go platform. That's where everything starts. And that is where you register and become a client of I&M, and that is where you get the World Credit MasterCard from I&M Bank. Now, this process having been followed and you having acquired this card, what awaits you is the following. 1, every shilling you spend will earn you points.
Okay.
The points are called Milele points. You can accumulate them to the point where you can do the very same thing the card does for you. It's like a money back situation. But in addition to that, if you happen to be the 20th individual who has registered, then you stand a chance of winning 50,000 Milele points. Now, I didn't mention this, so I'll mention it now.
Okay.
1 Milele point equals 1 Kenya shilling.
Okay.
That's
so
the
if I have 50,000 Milele points, I have
50,000 Kenya shillings.
Essentially, which I can use to go and
do that thing which I mentioned.
Fantastic.
Buy this, buy the other, spend here,
fly here,
pay
fly
this.
there.
You know that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Now that is possible, but it can't be possible until you actually get the card.
Okay.
So go to the platform, apply, get your card, and then
start to enjoy.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Start to spend and earn.
There you go. And that's the way to go about it. All right. We have big questions in education, and that's what we get into just now. Our guest is in the hot seat of the Situation Room. Dr. Julius Otundo is the Dean, School of Education at Riara University. Dr. Otundo, good morning.
Good morning to. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Nice to meet you here today.
Asante sana.
Good.
Thank you for coming. Like I said, you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room. We're talking about something that has gripped everybody's attention because we're coming to crunch time when it comes to some of these things, but we'll get into that in just a minute. CT goes to a different African country every week. He comes with a proverb from that country every day, and he's going to share that proverb, and we'd like you to be able to interpret that for us. Is that all right?
Okay.
This country has many distinctions. Well, one is an archipelago. It's not the only one that has what you call extensive groups of islands forming a nation. No, but one of the distinguishing features is one that has bedeviled this continent for a long time. It's called coups. This country has experienced 20 coups and attempted coups since it got its independence in July 1975. Those are very many coups. So let's look at something more pleasant coming from that country.
Okay.
Let's look at the proverb. The thread follows the path of the needle.
The thread follows the path of the needle.
Yes, the thread follows the path of the needle.
All right. I may bring it up in different contexts, in essence of looking at the growth of people. For example, the thread follows the path of the needle. Could also mean monkey see, monkey do between the young and the old. So they follow and watch us on what we do. So if my child is likely going to follow exactly what I do on my path. And also I can bring it in context of the nation. Possibly we also follow our leaders in whatever they do. If they do it right, we will do it right. If our culture is culture of speaking lies to justify and make it truth, that is what happens to even the followers.
You put it very well.
Very well.
Yes.
Very well. Okay. And so we're getting into, we're asking a question this morning. And that question is Kenya ready for the transition of grade 9 to senior school? And that is what we're going to start with today. We know the conversations around all of this. Grade 9 essentially being the last year of lower secondary, according to the CBC. And now we're also asking that the grade 9 learners choose pathways into which they're going to take their courses, whether they go the humanities way or whether they go the STEM way or any other way. But the question is, in that transition, because this is a transition that CBC then gives you transition years. Grade 3 is a transition year, grade 6 is a transition year, and then grade 9 is a transition year. Are we ready for that transition? And that's where we start off that conversation this morning.
I first want to say that I am one of the key proponents and supporters of CBC.
Mm-hmm.
But however, I will highlight the biggest challenges that we have. And from it, we can be able to deduct whether we are ready or not ready. We could be ready and we could not be ready. But the major weighting is on the part of our preparedness as a country. And some of the areas that we're struggling with CBC, and particularly on the transition between grade 9 and grade 10. One, Kenya has got a total of 11,000 senior schools, thereabout. It's 11,000 with some hundreds on top, senior schools, with 10,000 of them being public and about 1,000 and something being private. That is senior school. Interestingly and shockingly, we have 35,000 and some hundreds on top primary schools. And that means we have that, and that's where junior schools are domiciled. So we are looking at, if you drive on Thika Road in Nairobi and you're coming on superhighway very, very fast, when you reach around Pangani, you get slowed into one stretch. And that's where you'll see matatus and everyone trying to fly over left and right to see where to overlap, because everyone is struggling for that small space.
Mm-hmm.
Because the infrastructure on that road system has not provided for entry into the city. So that congestion comes by. That is the scenario in which we are going to face with the transition of grade 9 to grade 10. Because we are looking at a bigger population coming into a narrow path. So many students coming from so many primary schools or junior schools narrowing down into to senior schools. There has been this assumption that the spaces that were left for senior schools basically are still available for the incoming junior school, that is grade 10.
Mm-hmm.
But that is not the reality on the ground.
How so?
Yeah, the schools still went on admitting the provision in terms of the spaces allocated to most of the senior schools, and most of those spaces are actually occupied.
But to teach what?
But you see, if you had 5 streams of say from 3,
Mm-hmm.
now you can admit 10 because you have space, and that's what many of the schools have done. So this assumption that we have enough space in senior schools is not the real thing on the ground. And you can do a study on many of the public schools. They will tell you that we were already overstretched. Sometimes I've gone round to be able to check on teaching practice for teachers, and what do you find? You find a classroom that has basically 80 to 100 students or 70. So these schools were overstretched. So what they did now a kind of say, let's use the resources available. So basically, some of those resources are actually being utilized as we speak. Even the teachers we thought that could be enough, basically is not the real thing on the ground. So we are going to face the issues of infrastructure constraints. Because remember, when it comes to STEM, we have pure sciences, and many of our public schools, or our secondary schools rather, have pure sciences.
Mm-hmm.
They have laboratories,
Mm-hmm.
many of them. Then we have the applied sciences under STEM. But many of them do not have all the facilities under applied science.
Many of them do not have any.
Many of them do not have this.
Yeah.
So much of the pure sciences are available. But applied sciences, we could have a few schools with home science workshops or laboratories. We could have some with computer, but not well furnished. But other areas of applied sciences, basically, because applied science, not only applied, but STEM has pure sciences, applied and technological studies. And you discover that most of the schools, we have had so much of pure sciences because we basically knew that it's biology, chemistry, physics, and that's it. Issues of workshops is a challenge. So we're going to face infrastructure constraints, and that is going to affect the outcome of many of the learners moving from grade 9 to grade 10. And these are things that should never be assumed. And that already is going to affect as well the provision of free basic education. Article 53 of our Constitution, Section A and B, is very clear that we need to provide free basic education to all the learners in this country.
What about teachers?
I'm getting there. So the infrastructure, first of all, is a big challenge. Now we come to issues of teachers. There was this assumption that the teachers who remained at senior school are not fully utilized. You know, first of all, the teachers in senior schools have always been overstretched. They have always taught back to back. So in essence, the removal of just one class alone could not really ascertain that those teachers somehow became free. And then there is the aspect of these teachers having been utilized in the kind of expanded classes, where if you had 5 streams, you now have 6 streams, or you have 7 streams. So that's already the case. And as well, when it comes to teachers, you find many of the schools that we called national or extra county have so many of the teachers they have employed on board. We have the board teachers. I like the fact that the government is keen to say we have employed 76 teachers. But what we need to be speaking, 76,000 teachers. But what we need to separate is what intern teachers and permanent and pensionable.
Yes.
Those are 2 different stories.
Absolutely.
Those are 2 different stories. And actually the biggest weaknesses we have faced in junior school is that assumption that we have employed teachers. Because if you employed a teacher who has a specialization in English and literature in grade 9, and this teacher is meant to teach almost up to agriculture in the grade 9, that means the children moving from grade 9 to grade 10 are inadequately prepared even in areas of STEM in that specific school.
Absolutely.
And some of the teachers also who have upgraded from primary and done their degrees, some of their degrees are basically not degrees aligned to specializations in CBC. So what happens is that we may assume, but these children moving from grade 9, and I interview many of them, they are not well prepared in where they are going, and even the issue of pathways. By the way, the issue of pathways should not even be an issue. What should be an issue here is the subject tracks. The discussion we should be having is not about pathways. We should be having about subject tracks first. I am leaving grade 9 with 9 learning areas. I have 7 learning areas in grade 10. Those are subject tracks. So we start with the interest of the learner in specific subject tracks. That information is even lacking in the students. So what we are saying, and I go to the thread, follows the path of the needle. The needle here is this teacher who is not well trained and well prepared to guide the learner. So if the teacher basically guides the learner in a wrong way, the learner will just follow the path, because the learner is a minor and doesn't know how to interpret some of these things.
Absolutely.
So we really have a challenge there. So teachers is another area that we need to separate permanent and pensionable teachers and interns. Then also try to categorize them, get statistics to realize how many STEM teachers do we have in our senior schools aligned to those pathways. The adequacy of social sciences and the adequacy of arts and sports. We should remember that during the 844 system, which wasn't a curriculum as per se, it was a structure, that we killed other aspects of like performing art. So we only see students who go for music festivals. And if you asked a student, they just tell you something called music festival.
Yep.
And that's when they get interested. But you realize most of the people training those students to go into those the performing art are basically externals. They are not internal teachers in many of those schools. They are people who are hired. Those are the truths
For
on the
that
ground.
period.
They are hired for that period. So you find that school A is top to nationals. But if you chase after the scripter, the one who wrote the script, you chase after the one who trained, you might find that he's not even a teacher on the compound. And that is the real things. So we are talking about performing, we're talking about where we have arts and sports. But we do not have enough human resource in many of our senior schools.
So this is the thing, essentially, Doc, that we are saying, even this pathway, because we're going to come back and ask the question again with some of the things that you've been able to break down so far, and I'm sure some more. We'll ask the question again that are we actually ready for a transition? Because essentially what we're trying to do is that we're trying to put a roof atop a building for which there is no foundation. That is what we are trying to do. We cannot say that we are going into pathways where we don't even have the people who are essentially going to give the instruction on those pathways trained themselves. We are talking about STEM, for example, where we've already been given the statistics that we are lacking greatly in terms of science teachers in Kenya. We don't have enough.
I think because I'm a teacher trainer, Kenya produces enough science teachers.
But where are they?
Where they go to, if you have noticed lately, I happen to be an expert in international curriculum as well. And if you have noticed lately in Kenya first, after the coming in of CBC, the number of schools that have grown offering alternative curricula, either IB or British curriculum, has incredibly increased. And you see those institutions, they are very, very, very keen on mathematics
and
sciences and languages. So that's where the teachers go, because they have a better pay, they are cared for better than we care for our own teachers. And I'm speaking generally, even between public education and private education. Then let me also proceed and say, and many of these teachers are also transiting and going out of the country.
Absolutely.
Many of them. So Kenya produces enough, but we do not have mechanisms to retain them in our systems. That is why the problem is.
So we are saying that when we say that we do not have teachers, we actually don't then.
We don't have enough.
We don't have enough teachers
Yes.
for the purpose for which we are looking for them.
Yes.
So one would imagine, and I simplify these things sometimes, that this is where I want to go. One would hope that I'm trying to build this house, that I have the building blocks, I have the cement, I have the sand. But we've already seen this picture of the house, and we have now put in place a curriculum. We have told people to choose pathways. We have said that when you get to grade 9, you'll do 1, 2, 3. But we don't have the building blocks. So I'm made to wonder that the implementers of all of this, do they see what we see, or is there a hope that somehow these things will just come together?
I don't think I would solely kind of blame implementers, not even what we call the semi-autonomous government agencies. Let me first of all put a few things on board that is going to affect everybody. There is the issue of equity and access. A student who is going to go to, say, to a school that has better infrastructure, like the formally identified as national schools, and a student who is going to go to a marginalized area without facilities. You see already the issue of equity comes in, the issue of accessibility, because the student in that marginalized area is not able to access some of these facilities. There is the issue of therefore affecting the parents in such a way that anybody today standing on the pulpit and to tell parents that education in Kenya is free, that is not something to trust and say it is true. It is not free, because parents are going to be overstretched in many of these institutions. Because if the schools cannot provide, because the government is not having enough funds, of course the parents will be asked to chip in. There is the issue of curriculum monitoring in itself. Do we have even enough quality assurance and standards officers to be able to effectively monitor the aspect of CBC? There is the aspect of parents' understanding on this concept. So what am I saying here? If any member of parliament is listening to me, and I have heard many of them on media, even trying to blame the education, the people in education. But I ask them one simple question. How many of them raise a single bill asking for more funding for education? If there is any that you know of, you can say, because I've not had any member of parliament who goes to parliament with an aim of raising a bill to increase funding in education with justification. They are not doing that. CDF, for example, we are talking about the aspect of ICT being a major component in this current curriculum, because not even the current curriculum, the current state of things, we're talking about coding and robotics. And investing in a robotics lab is not something small. It's not something cheap to go by. But then if the schools do not have enough funding and this capitation is even delayed, how do we expect that we are going to have the robotics classrooms and the robotics labs and all that? And that means that we need to focus on education as a major functionality of production, because that's where we are losing it as a country. We are looking at it more of a consumption as opposed to a production center. Kenya, where we have reached, we need even to be thinking about exporting education. Why? You know, CBC talks about competencies. The British National Curriculum or Cambridge talks about learner attributes. The IB talks about, the International Baccalaureate talks about learner profiles. When you go to World of Education and look at its key concept, it also goes to look at the aspect of learner competencies. If you go to even a curriculum like Maria Montessori and all that, what am I trying to say here? CBC is a very good curriculum, because it brings us on international standards very, very well. But where we are losing it is investment into making it look like a curriculum that can proceed ahead.
How would you rate its implementation in Kenya?
Sorry?
How would you rate the implementation of CBC?
Oh my goodness. Because one of the things I'm good at, I'm a philanthropic and I just like helping the society. I have personally decided to open a WhatsApp group, and this week I will be starting my first webinar with teachers. At my cost, I would be hosting teachers every week just to take them through the best way to implement a curriculum called CBC. This is my personal initiative. I don't need permission from anyone because the teachers are ill prepared. They are not prepared at all. Even the ones who are claiming that they have gone through the full circle from early years as we go, there are still a lot of gaps. There are still a lot of gaps because they go into the curriculum particularly to teach the content, but not to trace, because CBC is keen on assessment of competencies. Our teachers are not even keen on competency assessment. How you can assess a competence? Because what keeps you here too is your proficiency. It's not about how much knowledge you had in high school or in university. It is your proficiency. But then the tools we have at the moment, teachers are not able to interpret them. Teachers are not able to have activities that can be assessed.
Is it a learn on the go kind of thing, or must you have it before? You know how you can say, you know what, I can understand what you're saying and I'm a good learner and I'm a fast learner, I can learn on the go. Is it one of those things that you can say as we go along, or should we have made sure before that this assessment of competencies as a trained resource is something that you should have had before embarking on a new curriculum?
I do not know whether you have ever driven a manual car. I did, and I still drive a manual car. I will tell you, it is very difficult for even a driver who has driven for 10 years and has never driven a manual car to drive it. So the issue of CBC is not a one-off thing. It's a real process. While the universities and teacher training colleges should enhance the skills and competencies in how to train the teachers, but it is a long process, because while it is on goal, when you graduate today, like if you had the first graduate joining your studio today, I'm sure her presentation or his presentation will not be like yours. But what is happening is that the issue of even teacher motivation, I think when you work with a demotivated group of teachers, they basically sometimes find it very difficult to absorb. There was the issue of attitude as well. The implementation of CBC as well has been met with a lot of attitude issues. Then there are issues also politically as well. There was a bit of confusion of where we are moving on, we are not moving on. And so in this case, while it is a period where you can practice as you go along, but it also requires a lot of teacher investment in terms of time, government investment in terms of professional development. We had this program, teacher professional development. Our university, Lydiah University, was one of the accredited institutions to do teacher professional development. But it was made with hurdles because politically first, the government of the day had promised that they were going to pay for the teachers. So teachers just load, and it's only 6,000 shillings per year, which is basically 500. And that is continuous professional development. One of the key components in that program is implementation of CBC and inclusion. But you see that program has come down because teachers are not in it. So in the issue of teacher professional development is critical, and it requires a lot of funding in that case. And we expect that we will have a curriculum that is working, but we're not ready to put in the ingredients. Yes, that's it. I have a problem with that. That's it. But let's continue with this conversation. We'll take a short break. Dr. Julius Otundo is the Dean, School of Education at Wairimu University, and we're asking the question today, is Kenya ready for the transition? Dr. Otundo seems to be saying that we're not even ready for the entire implementation of the curriculum in the beginning, not just the transition. We'll come back and continue with this conversation. It is 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, we're checking out of traffic hour not too long from now. Just a little bit of that left on the Thika Superhighway as you come into the CBD right around Murang'a Road. So that's doing that. Very busy on Landis Road this morning between Jogo Road and then towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. So that very slow right now. Of course, folks are offloading and onboarding. Traffic on Outer Ring also outbound, very busy as you head out towards the Thika Superhighway and trying to cross over towards Kangunda Road. So that area is busy. Apart from that, I think we've done well this morning. We're still keeping things moving through the day, through the morning. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
25 minutes to 10 o'clock. Dr. Julius Otundo is the Dean, School of Education at Wairimu University, having a conversation around, is Kenya ready for the transition of grade 9? But he seems to say we're not even ready for the implementation of this curriculum.
You began by saying that you are among the people who support the CBC. Well, let me ask the question. Was it absolutely necessary to bring in the CBC? It's a question that has been asked. Was it not possible to graft and to include components of the curriculum that would have made CBC what it is without necessarily overhauling the entire system?
Thank you for that question. We have complained for a long time about same forests, different monkeys, and aligning it to politicians. They come with the same style because the forest possibly is the same. So So if we are going to say that, first of all, 844 wasn't a curriculum, it was a system. And it left out a major component called early childhood. That's why it's 844. It didn't have anything on early childhood. And learning starts from that level. But then it would have been possible, but it would have been very difficult to really style this person with new clothes. It would have been very difficult, and it would have been even more expensive.
Why?
Doing that, because first, when you change that structure, you'll still end up with the same aspect of CBC. Actually, CBC is not even about subjects or whatever. Subjects are subjects. Subjects are the same. We just change terms, learning areas, and all that. But the aspect of competencies was missing. And because we were used to a structure where the knowledge based was the issue, the day, or the issue of the day, and teachers went to class to tell students. And I would give you a few scenarios where a teacher goes to class to teach about pollination, and students cram and speak after the teacher. And the teacher goes ahead to ask them what I call a stupid question. Have you understood? And all the students...
Why is it stupid?
It's a stupid question because you cannot measure understanding. It is not possible.
What do you measure then?
What you need to measure is the outcome. And how do you measure the outcome? How many of these students become farmers after learning pollination? So how many of them become even orchard farmers? How many of them become beekeepers after learning pollination? If I asked many people even how to make the mixed African tea, the process, they will tell me you boil milk, after it's boiled up to the brim, then you add tea leaves. And it's mixed African tea. What are you looking for? You're looking at the color of the tea leaves. So what do you boil first? Water and tea leaves for the color to change. I am sure if you asked into that's how she prepares her tea. The old way, the way of cramming, but not applying it. So the aspect of competencies brings in the aspect of what is the learner able to do. Besides which, I told you about the other forms of curricula, where British curriculum talks about attributes, which are the same as competencies. IB talks about profiles, the same as competencies. When our students graduate from here and go to other countries, they are subjected to either a one-year internship or a one-year course to align with. But now with CBC, because we are tracking competencies, if it is done well, what the world requires of a student graduate is about the aspect of, are you able to use the knowledge learned? If you asked our graduates today, even PhD graduates, what a capstone project is, they'll tell you they have no idea. The result of this phone is as a result of a capstone project. Innovations. It was going to be very difficult to mingle all these aspects within the 844 system and the structure and its content. So better off, why not just buy new clothes to dress up this education in a better way, as opposed to just try to style it. You know, if for example, you and I, we have advanced in age.
Absolutely true.
Yes.
Yes.
And you hear sometimes people say we have this perfume. If you place it here, it can stretch your skin to become young. And I have seen people buy some of these things. You see, it doesn't work. 844 had been in existence for 32, growing to 33 years, without review, without a single adjustment. And that is already for a country, it was hurting us. We have so many unemployed people. Why? For one reason, we produced more people who only ask for jobs as opposed to people who can innovate, create, or implement. Like your children and my children, for example, if you're in business, why would teachers even get concerned to know that Dr. Tundo's children can do what the father does? They are not interested. So you have a son who graduates and cannot join you in business because he was told, after you graduate, you must get this job. Look at accounts today, where automation has come in and many jobs are being replaced by automation. But we need to have students who can innovate and disrupt the disruptions caused by AI, disruptions caused by innovation, disruptions caused by anything that is around them, which we could not create from 844. And even because it was about go to school, actually we were doing schooling as opposed to education.
So, Doc, as we talk about CBC, you clearly pointed out the fact that we are not ready for it for its full implementation. Yet, it is what it is. It is what is there. It is what we have. Because come the transition period, students will still go into these classes. They will face the same teachers you say are not ready. Which begs the question: which way Kenyan education?
One, all of us must be part, and even this discussion is part of enabling CBC.
How so?
Because while we could not be ready, but I'm still a strong supporter that this is the best curriculum so far for this country.
Mm-hmm.
How best? You see, like this conversation we are having, I would speak to CDF, for example, the MPs and the CDF. They need to redirect their expenditure in the use of CDF when it comes to schools. If I hadn't gone to school having learnt in a small village school in some place in Western, I would not be seated here. So education being an equalizer, we would want to ask our members of parliament to try and just become a little biased and redirect their investment towards increasing the infrastructure in our schools. I'll also want to say that teachers' attitude in terms of improvement, there's also a way we can also self-learn at times. So it is important that we are where we are, and we're not going to change CBC to something else. Whether students are going to go to those high schools and learn under a tree, that is not going to change because we are already there. It will be more expensive when we say we are reversing to something else. The only thing that we shall have weak implementation eventually, outcomes will not be well. And of course, the first group of the learners in grade 9 going to grade 10 may not get the best outcomes because they have really been affected.
And this is a problem.
Yes, they will not.
This grade 9 have borne the brunt of this entire thing.
Yes.
They were in grade 3.
Yes.
They're the pioneers.
Yes.
They were in grade 3 when this thing went belly up. They were in grade 6 when they were transitioning to grade 7, where everybody said, okay, move them, don't move them, stay here, don't stay, move. They were there when the grade 7 books were supposed to come. They didn't come until the end of term 2. These are the same group of learners who are now in this grade 9 who are being asked to select. They're the guinea pigs of this thing.
Yeah,
and they're the ones who are getting the short end of the stick, unfortunately, and then we learn after the fact.
And even after, in that selection, I have interviewed a lot of learners. They basically do not know anything, because when you ask them, they tell you, most of our teachers as well, when you ask them this question, they don't know. Because we need to understand, even parents, they need to understand the learner's interest top on the list. Then the learner's ability and the learner's attitude. And I'll give you a simple example. The learner says, I want to become a medical doctor. And that means STEM. The learner has the ability. But you ask the learner, what do you fear most? This learner wants to become a surgeon. So you ask, what do you fear most in life? Then he says blood. The learner has interest in medicine, and particularly being a surgeon. The same learner has what?
A phobia for blood.
He has had the ability, but has phobia for blood. So which kind of surgeon is going to be? Meaning that there should be a teacher for learner support system. We don't have learner support systems in our schools, where you are guiding this learner on how to adjust on the attitude. The parent should also understand how to create a learner support system. But remembering that, again, these parents were not of the same standard. While Dr. Tundo here will speak all the English and interact with the learners and share with his children globally on how the world is. My mother is a guardian to this orphan who was left by the son and the daughter. So she's a parent in that school. Do you think she understands the level I understand? So the schools need to create strong learner support systems. And this does not come easily. It comes with also investment in teacher training. And so before you ask the next, so that means that our members of parliament need to work more. It's unfortunate that we come from a society where most politicians want to make us remain poor so that we follow their path. What they say, you just follow because you are poor.
They are the needle.
They are the needle. That is it. So good people, have you had a state where you go to a community where even the poor calls you poor? Where the poor calls you poor? That is the state in which we are badly enough. If you go to some parts of this country, you find the poor calling the poor poor. But somehow there is a member of parliament in that area. Students are struggling even to understand simple things. Teachers cannot even understand simple things. But somehow there is no capitation and no one is speaking about it. We talk about 15,000 shillings in junior school, for example, for public education. Have we ever seen what we call the unit costing? What that breakdown leads to? Because when you look at the unit costing for that 15,000 that is being given for capitation, that's very little money to fund what is needed in that school.
Because here you are talking about learner support systems, for example, and that means that you have folks who are trained in support. We're talking about people who have gone through specialized training, who've practiced to a certain degree, and that stuff does not come cheap. Whether you are in the public system or in the private system, it doesn't come cheap. But then this leads to my question that when we hear these things, it would appear as though they're no-brainers, but they're not. Because it would need an almost graduated sense of thinking and interpretation of what's going on here to say that even when you're developing these systems, that you have people who have an understanding fundamentally and then even graduated to say, let us be part of this planning. Because this thing happened and it was as though, okay, we said we have a new curriculum and we are starting in January. Okay, let's go and let's start. And we didn't even look at what comes later. So my question is it not necessary to have folks who are versed in these areas and have a graduated understanding to be part of the planning and implementation of these things?
Super good. All those folks are there and very much available. But the biggest problem we have, education in this country has been politicized. So much. To the extent that the semi-autonomous agencies have been held captive. Let me start with the commissions first. The Teacher Service Commission, I'll tell you for free, has been held captive. Why a sane member of parliament would pick a letter to hand over and post? Honestly, you have held the Teacher Service Commission captive politically.
It's even in the headline, and let me read it for you today. Fury over TSC employment letters dished out to politicians.
That's it.
Muranga MP Betty Jerry Maina's revelation that MPs allied to the government were recently handed TSC employment letters to give their constituents has kicked up a storm over irregular hiring.
Yeah, and so you see, TSC as a commission has been held captive. But TSC is a commission that has been constituted in the constitution. For any change on TSC, it has to be constitutionally changed. That means there should be public participation. So TSC has been held captive. The semi-autonomous agencies have been held captive.
The commissions?
No, not the commissions. We have like NEC is a semi-autonomous government agency. If you're not funding it, you have held it captive. Because you must fund it to train teachers on modes of assessment. In fact, we are going to have incredibility issues. We're going to have issues of credible assessment because teachers have not been effectively trained, and possibly, and I'm not speaking for NEC, but possibly NEC has not been well funded. That's a semi-autonomous government agency. We have the KICD. We talk about KICD in itself doesn't fund itself. There is capitation for KICD. But if capitation, for example, is given to KICD late, at which point will KICD produce their books in time? Most of these semi-autonomous government agencies are now being told do alternative provision of resources. That is why when you go to KICD, you find there is a conference, there is a restaurant, there are sleeping places. So what is their mandate? Is it curriculum development or hospitality? But we have pushed them to the wall to get there. So we are saying that if we do not politicize education, then all these things we are talking about will be things of the past.
But should we? Sorry, CT, please go ahead.
We want to ask, how do you train your teachers? The things you've said, does the curriculum that you have at the university provide for a teacher who will be well-rounded to meet the needs that you've actually pointed out very, very clearly?
Good. Currently, we are using what we call competency-based education and training for universities. So meaning that the students we are graduating from now as we move on are CBC ready. And for universities, you realize the training, even before, we were using more of Socratic methods, inquiry-based methods, research-based, particularly for education. That's why these teachers will go for teaching practice. And there's a big variance between a teacher trained in university. In fact, I want to be biased here, that moving forward, we should have minimum qualifications for all our teachers to become degree holders. Leave alone this issue of diploma. We have just go the global way for one particular reason. We shall have one specific structure on how teachers come out. Because remember, we have universities for degree, and formerly we used to have teacher training colleges for P1. Now they have diploma. I have no idea if there's any concurrency in between this. So even if universities did their best as the teachers exit, but we are going to have transition of a learner from the primary handled by a trainee or a teacher trained from a different source of training. Then they come to us. They come to teachers who are now graduate teachers. But having said that, it also differs from one university to the other. I will tell you, for example, in Riara, one of the things we were keen on, whether there was the new curriculum or not, we were keen on very keen on community service learning, which is a key concept in this curriculum. And our students, we do not say you can graduate if you have not done community service learning. We are very keen on innovation. We are a university that nurtures innovators. But that means that it differs from one university to another. We started using outcome-based approach of university training even before we thought about even the issue of CBC came in. So we produce graduates who are able to use the knowledge learned. And I will proudly say that if universities used the outcome-based approach, competence-based approach, introduced their students to research earlier, at entry point. The problem we do in universities is that we want to introduce research at the last point, and then we introduce research as a topic and as a unit, as opposed to be part of life of the student.
As an integral
part. Yeah. So that is why you find that a master's student is still asking someone to support in writing his thesis. A PhD student is still doing the same. Then we graduate so many of these people, many of us who cannot write a proposal for funding. We are talking about CBC without money. We have how many PhD holders in this country?
Very many.
Very many. If each one of us came up with a proposal for funding for CBC, would we be part of a solution to lack of resources? Because in essence, where we are headed to, if that is not done in terms of resources, we are going to strain parents.
So essentially, this is a typical solution where we are slapping lipstick on a pig that's already rolling around in the mud. That's what we're looking at now. And we are saying that in the next couple of weeks, when students come back, the grade 9s are going to come back after this 3-week holiday, which they've embarked on this week. And they're going to come back and going to be asked to select pathways. It's like this thing is already moving. The train is already left the station. It's going. And we want to get down to the bottom of the hill. We're going to get there either way. Whether we're going to get there with stitches and crutches, at least we will get to the end of the hill and we'll say, we have reached. How do we get rid of this at least mentality whereby we're saying, look, did they finish grade 9? Yes. Are they in grade 10? Yes. Will they finish? Yes. We'll close our eyes, we'll reach the end, and then they'll go. We're not looking at substance. We are looking at, just top layers. Will we be able?
Because we are already there. I don't know whether you have driven through. I live in a mist area in Limuru, so I sometimes, like this morning, I had to drive through mist. So sometimes where we are, but you have to push yourself to pass.
You get through it anyway.
Yes, that's where we are. The mist is here. Fog, in fact, not just mist. We are with fog. So we will drive with a bit of difficulty. You know, you keep losing the track on the road and you slow down. That's where we are. But apparently, the impact it has on the first group of grade 9 is my biggest worry.
Yeah.
And then the kind of discrepancies between private and public
unmatched
is unmatched. And I also want to challenge our private schools that they have so many private schools. Could they try as much as possible and invest in secondary schools? Because that is another area that I told you that the kind of struggle we are going to have in terms of these spaces will be worse than driving on Jogoo Road in Nairobi. Yeah, so that is the biggest thing. So I'm saying, can private schools investors try to see whether they can invest in some of the senior schools to be able to decongest what is going to happen with the grade 9s? And then for the government, I've said that I think members of parliament need to be keen on seeking for more funding for education, because if we go on the way we are going, it's not going to be. I'm only worried about parents as well, because parents are going to have to really bear a heavy load. There are so many things parents are going to be asked to provide.
They're already being asked. And it's already started.
But it's going to be worse as we go along, particularly for senior school. Yeah, and then the issue of also student support system is a challenge. The issue of discipline. Remember, we're going to have this grade 10 learner go to this senior school, boarding school, and meet a Form 3, who is how old?
A Form 3 is 17.
17.
Yeah.
And meet a Form 4. Unless schools establish strong support systems, there's going to be a problem where learners who are literally, how many years old? The grade 10s?
15, 14.
Yeah. And these ones, I know that they are exiting. And with the issues we've had with sometimes, we can't just say that our schools, boarding schools, are a small heaven on earth in terms of student welfare. The student welfare
is an issue.
The real things we took a ground is different from the things we talk about. So the issues of discipline will come in. The issues of parents struggling to understand even these pathways. One of the hurdles I think I can say is that possibly the media houses, you can be having continuous conversations just to help the parents on how to guide their students, because the key thing here is about the interest. The abilities may not be, parents may not understand some of this ability is particularly, but the interest is critical here.
Indeed.
What is the learner's interest? And that's it. And then the issues of assessment, because remember at seniors, at grade 9, 60% is going to take care of the KGSEA.
Yes.
But now, what is the credibility of the 40%?
Exactly.
And then what about the learner who has not been there? For example, I want to transit from this other curriculum and join at grade 10.
Grade 10.
So where is my 40%?
That I missed out on.
All those things are still areas of hurdle that we need to handle.
There is a lot that's up in the air. I mean, and we're still trying to get down the mountain where there's mist in the middle of it, right? And the hope is that as we continue to highlight a lot of these things, that really we can start to streamline them, at the very least for the good of the children who are going through this education system. Thank you for being here to highlight some of these things. We will definitely continue keeping these conversations front and center. He is the Dean of the School of Education at the Riara University. Dr. Julius Otundo has been here with us this morning. Thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room today.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it Kenya's biggest conversation through Thursday. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing, at 6. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.